Hey.
What baby? Let's go.
Good.
Let's go. Y'all know that new blue line is live. Let's go,
baby. Let's get it.
All sorts of blues over there for you.
Let's get it.
Yeah, let's pull this up on this. Come share screen. Bop. Dealing with KC. Bow. Boom.
Oh.
Go shopping. What do we got here? Oh, 30% off the core hoodie. What it do? the matching blue joggers. Yeah, we got the whole blue lineup.
Get some joggers. I'm about to get the joggers now.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make an order today. But yeah, we got the blue. We got the phone case. We got the tri-blend. We got the tee. We got the crew neck, and it's not just the core blue. We got the navy, gray, black. We got the light blue, the dark heather. Come on, man. Let's get in there, baby. Let's get in there. What's up, Coach Molly? Yeah, ankle showing sweatpants. You know what it is, Ramsey. Let's go.
You know what it is, Ramsey.
Got to. All right, man. We here. Kind of launch of a. Yeah,
man.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I loved it.
And then I watched the Fearless Leader talk.
I didn't see that.
Boy. 4.5 minutes. About 2.5. His head was down. Yeah,
hey,
not the same.
Hey man, Drizzy's right, man. He's right.
What was right?
I said Drizzy was right.
Oh, yep. Took me a minute. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was spot on.
Yep. Oh, welcome. All right, show what it do, baby. Core. No core turtleneck yet.
Hey, now we're getting into evening wear.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Casual wear. Like Sean John.
Let's see what's in there, Coach. We see a black bottle, boys. Let's go.
Hey, what is good?
Oh, that's what's up, 209. We appreciate you. There we go, Coach. We got you live and on demand, baby. Live and on demand.
Coach Molly, what's going on?
Eric, what the hell are you talking about? Eric, I'm not here for Eric's nonsense. I ain't here for him. Not today. Get him out. Let's go, baby. Welcome into this Thursday, November 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Farling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. We are so sad that we have to discuss a dysfunctional basketball team.
Sick of love songs. So sad and calm. So done with wishing wins were still here.
And I'm so sick of. I was trying to hit the verse, man, but I can't remember it. It's been a while since I listened to that. But that's a good pull, right?
One of his top 3 best songs he ever made. Shout out to Cole. Cole was trying to die on this hill that is better than Chris Brown. He's wrong, but we still love Neo. Though.
Let's not start the show with Cole. Cole doesn't listen. Like Cole hears what he wants to hear. Goes to social media and acts like a circus clown about it, and then is like,
"Don't do that to Cole."
Cole hit the Floyd Mayweather sound when he's talking about, "Oh, these dudes said Neo was trash." Like, wait,
boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
No, Cole, you gotta listen. All right, we here.
We're so sick of losing. I know that much.
We're taking it out on each other now. Now we're going at our own people. But you picked a good day to tune in, man. Especially if you're on the live stream. Especially if you're on Twitch. YouTube, shoot. If you're on the radio, man, you straight. We got Rick Ross and Brett Berish joining us today at 3:00. We have got you covered, man. We're going to have a fun conversation with them. The second opportunity to talk to the biggest boss and the biggest boss, Rick Ross and Brett Berish. Indeed, they're coming up at 3:00. We'll go commercial free for the entire 3:00 hour. You won't have to go anywhere. Don't worry. We've got you covered as it pertains to Sacramento Kings coverage. And, well, that's where we'll start. We wondered what that Detroit game would mean. We'd wonder if it's like, hey, is that a win against a bad team, or can they pull themselves together and get some things done? We got our answer rather emphatically last night. Both teams played like absolute trash. And it just so happens that the Sacramento Kings played, a little more like trash in the final minutes when it mattered the most. And they walk away with a 10-point loss in a game that, it's the 15th game of the season, and I recognize we were done with the season. We were planning the NBA Power Hour 3 times last year, and they kept sucking you back in. They kept sucking you back in. They kept saying, "Hey, no, we look at we still here. We're still standing. We're still strong." And then, sure enough, they'd let it get away, and you look back, and it's already happened on this show. It's happened with James. It's happened with a variety of people who have joined the show. They've looked back at last year and have talked about, what would it mean if you had grabbed one of those games earlier in the season? What if one of those losses, what if the 2 Charlotte games didn't happen? Now, all of a sudden, you're in a tie with San Antonio. All of a sudden, you've got an opportunity to get a play in. Well, what we're witnessing right now, and while the season is far from over, as frustrating as it is, what we're witnessing now is those games that we're going to reflect on at the end of the year if this team falls a game and a half, 2 games short again. Oh, man, it's a damn shame they couldn't beat Minnesota. Oh, man, remember that road trip, KC, where they took on 4 teams that were a combined 17 games under 500? Remember that? Yeah, went 1-3 on that trip. These are the games that you're going to remember.
Yep. You're 100% correct. And I know that it's not, this super hot take or anything like that, but it's just as simple as what you said, man. Like, these are the games that you're going to look back on and say, if only they didn't this and that, or if only they this and all that stuff, man. And it's like, it's the same song almost every year. Mm-hmm. Like the Kings are never really dreadful. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like at least recently they've had more seasons like last year than they had the year they were trying to get Blake Griffin or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, if they would have just kind of done this, and they're not far away, and yet every year it's the same story, man. Yeah. It's the same story. And it's just, where they're getting, Damian. And I'm not here yet. I hope a lot of people don't get there for a number of different reasons. They're getting to the point where people just don't care. Like, they're not even, I don't even know if people are mad, kind of disappointed, kind of like, again. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, whatever. I'll do other things with my life. And that is a terrible place for a sports franchise to be. There's always going to be a level of intrigue and locked in nature, because Sacramento, this is, what they have. But I mean, people are tired of this. They're tired of the same old thing every year.
Understandably so.
Mm-hmm.
It's boring. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally a rewind. We're just running it back. It's a rerun. We've seen this episode before. It's that scene from Back to the Future. Oh, I've seen this one. What do you mean? This is a new episode. No, I've seen it. I know what this looks like. We've been through it, man. This team's been living it. And you'll hear what Tristan Thompson said. I know a lot of people are talking about that. I didn't cut the sound from De'Aaron Fox because there ain't none from De'Aaron Fox you need to hear. But there's a pretty big difference between the way Tristan Thompson was yesterday and let's start over. Let me try that thought again in 3, 2.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Okay. There's a pretty big difference in the way Tristan Thompson was talking yesterday versus the way that De'Aaron Fox was talking yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Big difference. And Tristan Thompson was saying things you don't often hear professional basketball players saying. Tristan Thompson was saying things you hear fans say. Tristan Thompson was saying things you hear us talk about, going through the schedule, talking about what teams in the league are doing. They looked at this 4-game road trip. They knew what was ahead of them. They had expectations for it, and they didn't meet them. And he acknowledged that very, very publicly, very explicitly as well. Yeah,
kept it in stat. And you know what? Look, man, this is just kind of how I am, how I'm wired. I know it's not for everybody. I understand why it's frowned upon. I like the explicit nature. I liked it because that's the way it needs to be said. You know, tiptoeing around it, and would I like it for to have been something that I could play for my son? Sure. But sometimes, you know, when you turn on BMF, they let you know, hey, adult language. Okay. Yeah. And Tristan Thompson was adult language last night, and I loved it.
Indeed. Speaking of, can we get the air horns, please, for young Reese? Can we fly some air horns from my nephew?
Young Reese, R to the H to the Y to the $S. Happy birthday, big dog.
Yes, indeed, man. That's family right there. So happy birthday to the nephew Reese. That's what I'm saying, man. The Kings, they ain't giving us nothing to be happy about, man, but we're going to have a good day. It ain't Black Friday, man. It's Blue Thursday over at DLoandKC.com. You can head over to the website and find out what that means for yourself. But I promise you, anything you put in your cart is 30% off. Bet that. Also, Rick Ross and Brett Berish joining us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Will be commercial free for that entire 3 o'clock hour. As we mentioned, you'll hear what Tristan Thompson has to say coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll play it in its entirety. We've broken it up. We due to the regulations of the radio. We have edited it a little bit, but you will not lose the point. Like Chris Rock, you know, comedians will tell you, like, a cuss word isn't the joke. A good comedian can tell a joke without cussing. A cuss word can accentuate a joke. Tristan Thompson's message without the language gets across fine. It really gets across with the language that he used yesterday. And you'll hear it. You'll hear what he had to say. And, you know, we'll break this game down in depthly. Like it's and the question's up. If you're on YouTube, you see it already. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You know, we asked the question Monday. Well, it's 4 days later. We're asking the question again. Are you ready to move on from Luke Walton? And this is the dangers. This is what we were talking about yesterday. This is the dangers of that report. Because you go to social media last night. Now everybody's waiting. I was listening to Deuce and Mo last night. They're doing the same thing. Oh, if Luke Walton's fired, we'll cover it. Like, we're doing the same thing. Like, what if Luke gets fired today? What are we going to do? How are we going to handle this? How do we approach this? And that's all. Like, we would be having the discussion about a coach for sure. But now we're just waiting. Woj tweeted twice today about a podcast, and I jumped like, oh, so it's Woj. What's he did a podcast. Okay, not concerned about that. But that's where they've put us. Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what to do here. If I'm the Kings, like. I've been preaching the level of urgency and the sense of urgency all summer, and I'm not going off that. And I said numerous times, they don't get off to the start that they should get off to. That's expected. They're expected to get off to. I have no problem with them moving on from Luke Walton, and I still feel the same way. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do it right now. You know what I mean? But I mean. They got to win games, man. This is all about winning games, getting into the playoffs, getting into the postseason, and then changing the fortunes of this team. And unfortunately, one person may just bear the responsibility for all that. Well, and I say unfortunately not because you know he's great or anything like that, but it's more than Luke Walton that's going on.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. And if he has to bear the responsibility, then he got to bear it.
But it's also you have to start somewhere. right? And in this case, I think you're starting with Luke Walton. It doesn't mean the roster's perfect. It doesn't mean the players are doing what they're supposed to do. It doesn't mean that they're executing and Luke is just screwing the whole thing up. No, it means you're starting. At least I sure hope this is the approach of the front office. Should they choose to make a change, you're starting with Luke Walton. That's change number one, and that's the first in a series of a number of changes. Because if the expectations need to be the playoffs with or without Luke Walton. If you decide Alvin Gentry is the guy moving forward, great. The expectations better be the same, and you better do some things that helps Alvin out.
Yeah.
Because there's some shortcomings on this roster right now, and you can tell it by the fact there were guys who were starting a week ago. They can't get on the floor anymore. What's that tell you?
And look, there's a part of me, Damian, that says, no, you don't fire Luke Walton. These guys got to figure it out. These guys got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like they've got to have a sense of urgency themselves. And much like, we'll talk about Tristan, he kept it a stack. Yeah. You need somebody losing their job to say, hey, I need to step it up. It's a problem in itself.
Yep. You'll hear what Tristan Thompson had to say. And here's the thing, man. I know we're fired up. They ain't going to get me today because if you're watching on YouTube, you see right now, man, we've got an open bottle of Bumbu right here, right next to me that we're ready to toast with the boss and Brett Berish when they join us.
I got a Sacramento Splash ready to come through here, man.
So if we got to start a little bit early, we're going to start a little bit early talking about this team, man. Believe that. We're coming back. You'll hear what Tristan Thompson had to say as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station and your home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. What y'all think of the new logo, man? I mean, it's not new. Y'all are very familiar with it. Hopefully, many of you are wearing it, but that's like the official logo now. So, Dave Garcia, we're rocking with you in a major way, man. We've put that on all of the station stuff. We've put it on the podcast. You see, it's behind Kenny right there.
Big ups, big ups.
We got it on all our banners now. Like that is the official D'Lo and Casey logo right there, man. So. Man, we appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Sure, what's going on? Sure, you said you were in Maine. What was Maine like? I've never been to Maine. Damien, you been to Maine?
No.
There's a Portland, Maine, right? Yeah, there's a Portland, Maine.
Yeah.
Never been to Maine. I like to say that I'll never get to Maine, but maybe one of these days I'll get to Maine.
Right on, David.
Drive out there. Jeez.
Yeah.
I went to the Baseball Hall of Fame, and we were in New York City, and then I see you show with the lobster run. Don't play with them. But we went, we were in New York City, and then we took a day, 2 days, and went up to Cooperstown. Oh my gosh. It was the longest, most boring drive ever. Like, it was scenic. Like, yeah, it's nice. I'm not saying that, but there ain't nothing in upstate New York.
These are the Bumbu cups, by the way. In the gift sets that we've been talking about, these are the Bumbu cups, man. These are
nice. That is holiday.
These are nice, and they're they ain't plastic. These joints is firm right here. These joints is nice. nice. Appreciate you, Patrick. Thanks, man. There you go, John. Right on, man.
Man,
stuff.
Sickness, I ain't hearing that, man. Consistent minute. That's one thing that I do have a problem with like the Bagley. He hasn't played, so he's got to get used to it. Man, be ready. Be ready. You might only get 5 minutes to show what you can do for the next 2 months. That might be your one spot. And ain't nobody got time for you to be, I haven't played. I'm a little rusty. Man, well, be in practice doing something. So you're not rusty. You have to be ready. You have to be ready at all times, man. Ain't no, they're alternating minutes and rhythms. And that's one thing I'll say about Terrence Davis. I understand, like, he's a rhythm guy, but you got to be ready, man. And you got to be ready to perform. Like, there's too many. I like all these players. Like, I like them a lot. I really do. I don't know them personally, but just seeing them from afar, I like them. But so many passes given to these dudes, man. People be finding every excuse in the book to get these dudes passes, man.
Jesse, we coming back with Rose all day?
Yes, sir.
Please. Rose. That's my nickname. Yeah, that's true, Tom. That's true, Tom with the creepy avatar.
Did he change his name?
I think he did. I remember the Avi. I don't remember what the original name
yesterday,
was.
I didn't know AZN was Asian. I had no idea.
I didn't either.
Everybody was telling us it was Asian Dragon, whatever the rest was. I didn't know AZN was Dragon or AZN was Asian. Learned something new.
Arizona. What? Indeed. He sure did. Yeah, I thought that too, fam. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, I mean, Tristan was, solid. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to see him.
I don't know, Dr. David. Numerous people were saying that it was Asian.
Next week, buddy. Next week.
Woo.
Yeah.
Woo.
I got one.
Woo.
Yes. How did y'all didn't throw him out? Yes, Poker Pro. We got you. We've got a version of what Tristan said coming up in a second. We ain't gonna throw Eric out. Eric's the relative that you just. Oh man, we got Black Bottles 916 making stuff happen for us. What it do? Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch. You can catch us anywhere and everywhere. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Rick Ross and Brett Berish coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour will be commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour. And should anything happen with your Sacramento Kings, of course, we'll cover it. I honestly don't think it will. No. It's just my opinion. I don't think anything's going to happen today, but we're a step closer to it happening.
We're a step closer. I don't know if he gets fired. I don't know if they keep losing. Like if they lose the next 2 games, anything could happen. He can get fired today. Anything could happen. But I just look at that, and I feel like firing Luke Walton. Unpopular opinion here, but I feel like that creates more problems than solutions.
Okay. So, at what point, like? I guess at what point is enough? Like at what point can you not take the chance that, okay, it's early in the season, but I get that. And I still believe that, by the way. One game doesn't change the fact that it's early in the season.
It still is early. 500, man.
I understand. They've got to get better than that. That's not good enough. Like it's not. And average that over a season, that's not good. 3 games under 500 through 15. If this is who they are, this isn't good. But at what point is enough? At what point do you go, okay, we're inflicting more damage by staying with this head coach than we are by moving on from them?
And it could be now. I'm saying I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, we don't get paid enough to make that decision.
I would understand. I would understand that. Like I would understand. But then I would follow that up with, is sticking with the head coach the problem?
Well, no, that's what I was. No, but I do think it's one. If you believe that it has to be part of the problem, it can't be the problem. Changing Luke Walton to Alvin Gentry and going, got it, nailed it. That ain't going to do it. But it's probably your first stop on this route to trying to save your season.
Are we sure?
But it's a stop.
Are we sure?
No. I'm not. No.
I don't have any specific person in mind when I say this. I'm being honest when I say I'm not thinking anybody, but maybe the first stop should be getting rid of some of this roster that's been the same and done the same for last 4 years.
Maybe you're right. 100%. Maybe you're right.
So
we don't get paid enough to make these decisions. If the Sacramento Kings want to bring us on the payroll to start making these decisions, we're more than happy to do it. But this is This is what Monty was hired for.
Yeah.
And this is what I was concerned about when the James Ham tweet went out the day after the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, brother, I'm rooting for you. My concern here is you fall short. We've set these expectations. Everybody has openly talked about these. Oh, it was just a month and a half ago where we were praising this team for acknowledging what the expectations were. Our goal is the postseason. Oh, we were all about it. Now you've set yourself up where like goes the postseason. Okay. You think you're gonna make it with this? Whether it's this roster, this coach, this playing style, whatever it is, you think this is it? Because it don't look like it. You had an opportunity to do something over these 4 games, and you didn't. And I don't know. It goes back to I don't know when the breaking point is. I don't know when you go, okay, we can't afford to keep up with status quo.
Right. No, I understand that, man, and I don't have the game or the date when the breaking point is either, man. This whole thing is just leaving everybody with a bunch of questions and then no real answers.
That's it. Yeah. 23 minutes into the show, we posted a question that we posted on Monday. It's the first time we'd ever posted a poll on youtube.com/ESPN1320 that had a legit 50-50 split. We asked you again today, and if you're on YouTube, we ask you to hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button as well as vote in the poll. We'll ask again, are you ready to move on from Luke Walton? Again, 23 minutes into the show, 56% of the people who have responded have said yes. 44% have said no. The poll last time went for about 2.5 hours, and it was, again, a 50-50 split. So we'll see what happens as people continue to cast their votes. Again, this isn't the be-all, end-all. We're just trying to check the pulse of a fan base that's not on Twitter.
Yeah, because Twitter, they'd be ready to move on.
Twitter's different.
They'd be ready to move on for sure.
Tristan Thompson was a little bit different last night. He was furious. He was fed up. He was frustrated.
I think everyone's frustrated. I think for me, the player I am is, energy, effort, hard work, punch the clock in. So, of course, I'm going to be frustrated because I know what this team is capable of, and that's because I care. At the end of the day, I care. I want to win, and I care about my teammates, and I know what we can be. So the frustration is from a place of love and a place of, tough love, but also because I know where we can be. If I thought this team was or had no potential, then I probably wouldn't feel the way I feel. But I know what this team is capable of. I know these kids, everyone, I'm not going to call guys kids because they're grown men, but I know each and every guy, their heart is in the right place and they want to win. Every guy in there wants to win. You know it. You see it in their eyes. I've been on teams that you see quitters, you see losers, just straight out losers. But this team has guys that want to win and want to do something special for the city. It's just we just got to come together and we just got to really learn from those mistakes and really make sure we make it a priority. And it's all of us. Me too. There was a time in the game where, maybe I should have pulled over or gave a hard foul. Like we're all at fault here, from the top to the bottom. We're all at fault. We're in this together. It's no man on an island. And we ride the wave together, but also if we're going to sit together and we get out of there.
You know what's funny about that to me? Tristan's 30 freaking years old. Tristan Thompson's 30 years old. We talk about him as if he's 36, kind of like we do Harris, sort of like we do Harrison Barnes. Yeah. He's been in the league a long time. He's won championships, done all of that stuff. We talk about him as if he's this old dude. Tristan Thompson is 30 years old. There ain't no excuse for some of the other guys who have been on this team to not have that same approach. He's been on the team for a minute and a half.
Right.
The dudes have been on this team for 4 years, 3 years. And they don't seem to come out there and take the same approach that Tristan Thompson does.
It's ridiculous, man, to be honest with you. And our guy, Roddy, in the chat, he says, nice soundbite from Tristan, but it doesn't mean a dang thing, just words. I understand that. Those quotes don't equate to victories. But I'll tell you this, man. I haven't heard anybody speak like that, like he did in the post game, in years with this organization. Years. when you talk about the leadership, accountability, what I like to call keeping it a stack, which means telling the truth for those that don't know. And it was refreshing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really like, I'm just really about the wins and losses a lot of the times, but that was refreshing last night. Like nobody wants to hear the same stuff that we've heard every post game for the last 3-4 years. Mm-hmm. What we heard, I'm just going to be real. Mm-hmm. What we heard minutes later, mm-hmm. Yep. Same thing that never works. This is where I'm at. And this is what I talk about with these guys. Like, I understand, this person isn't a rah-rah guy, or this person doesn't, curse or anything like that. And I get that, and I respect that. I get the head coach doesn't throw his players under the bus. I get all that. But you're doing the same thing and getting the same results. Give me something different. Give me a Tristan Thompson who comes out here and just talks about as blunt as you can about the league and about their expectations going into that road trip. That talks about as blunt as you can about playing for a coach or being inspired and all this other stuff.
Well, let's play that. I know you heard it, and this is going to sound familiar to many people who listen to D-Lo and KC on a regular basis, but this is in fact not Kenny Caraway talking. It's Tristan Thompson last night.
I'm gonna say this. I think no man in this world should rely on another man to inspire them. Point blank player. You could put that in all capitals. Me personally, no one should ever need a coach to inspire you. If you don't get inspired in the game, then you shouldn't be on the court. Losing teams, losing players, you need to get inspiration from your coach. And I'm not with that. My teammates better not be. My teammates aren't with it, because I know guys want to win and they want to win badly. So it's not about Coach Walton inspiring you. This is not no freaking glory road. No, you got to be ready to play. Your number's called, you in the damn game. I don't need no coach to inspire me. Never that, never have, never will. The day I need a coach to inspire me is the day I'm tired. I'm going to go play with my kids in the park. So I speak for my teammates with that quote. So we don't need no coach to inspire us. I know Towns is a good player, but, we had a game plan for him. And, yes, you want to force him left, but if he gets right, your teammates got to have your back. You got to help your team. It's the same way where if I get beat and I want my teammate to be there, I got to be there for him. That's part of being on a string, and that's how you build a defensive mentality. And the league is hard. It's hard to win. We don't have the luxury of having, that go-to guy like a LeBron, a Kawhi, or a PG, or a Jason Tatum, or Luka. Mm-hmm. We got to win collectively. So those little things, like with Towns or even with Anthony Edwards, we got to shrink and show bodies and make them second guess the move they're about to make.
Sounds familiar. I feel like I
literally couldn't have said it better myself, even if I've said it better myself. That's just facts, man. Like these, and that was more to the crowd of like, it's Luke's job to inspire, get these guys
Jesus
ready.
Christ.
No, it's not. It's for him to put a game plan together and for them to execute the game plan. And he said numerous times last year, or another famous line we've talked about, I don't know if my game plan works because they won't execute it. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I'm all wrong with the way I'm coming into these games or teaching these guys or whatever, but I don't know because they won't even do the things I'm asking them to do. So no, they don't need to be. If they, like Tristan said, the day he needs to be inspired by a coach is the day he needs to retire.
Jesse, can you, by the way, shout out to Jesse, who not only dealt with the Tristan Thompson sound this morning, he's been working out, preparing for the 3:00 hour, knowing he's got to be ready. He's got to be ready. That dump button finger's got to be ready to rock. Jesse, can you find out what the exact question was? Because I saw that clip this morning and I saw it pick up.
The coach?
Yeah, because
Matt asked them, like, do you guys need, is there a lack of inspiration coming from the coaching staff?
Okay, that's what I needed.
Like he asked him specifically about
inspiration. He used the word inspiration. That's what I needed. Okay.
Yeah. So,
All right.
to me, he's right. Everything he said was right last night. And I know, like, I'm not trying to be like, a high schooler or, grade school recess blacktop and stuff like that, because that's not how he meant it. It's not, people are like, oh, shots fired by Tristan, with the other comment he made. That's not how he meant it. I'm sure he really believes in De'Aaron Fox and thinks that he's a great player. But indirectly, he's 100% right. Like, they don't have a Tatum. They don't have a Paul George. As much as people want to, I wanted him to be on that level. I hoped he would be on that level.
Yeah.
He's not. He had a great game last night. Good game, 28 points, 10 to 20. I didn't like the turnovers and things of that nature, but he played well last night. But as far as you want to talk about inspiration, the inspiration really, like, to be honest with you, it comes from your teammates. Like, there's guys that I played with where, I'm ready to go with this dude. I'm ready to go. I will go in any dark alley. I will go in any foxhole with this dude. That's where inspiration comes from. I could be wrong. And there's all my coaches I love. I love my coaches. I love them. But it wasn't like, I'm ready to go for this dude. I'm going to run through a wall for this coach. Nah, that's not really how it works for me, from my experiences. But teammates and different players, yes, that's my guy. He's fighting, I'm fighting. What's that Kevin Hart clip that Jazz posted? Your BS becomes my BS, and my BS becomes your BS, right? Like, I'll do that for teammates. And there's teammates that inspire me to feel that way. And I don't know if there's teammates and leaders in that locker room that inspire others to feel that way. That I care so much about what I'm trying to achieve with this man right here. I don't want to be the one to drop the ball. I don't think there's anybody in that locker room that inspires others that way.
That's interesting. There's a lot to dissect there. That might be the whole second hour of the show, everything you just said. And this is the first time we've ever played a soundbite where people are acting like it's a song and they're hitting the text message. They're hitting the chat house. Run it back, yo! Run that joint back!
Here we go. And Damien, I want to hear Tristan Thompson soundbite. Oh, yeah, I got you, fam. Yeah, right.
See, no, but calling for the Tristan Thompson soundbite is like calling for In the Club back in the day. Oh, we got you.
That was at the Power songs, right?
That was the Power record. Tristan Thompson just hit Power status. Tristan Thompson just hit the every hour and 15-minute status with that soundbite. He's what you call a power record in this business. We'll stick with coaches. He was asked about news of Luke Walton being on the hot seat.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be chatters. At the end of the day, the history and all the accolades with this team, it is what it is. And, I don't feed into that because, if you get absorbed in and consumed in it, then you're never going to be able to prosper and do better for yourself or your teammates. So for us, you can't listen to that outside noise. At the end of the day, the guys that come to work with you, from trainers to coaches to PTs, to equipment people, to the chef, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. It's a family. And when you face adversity, it judges a man's character. But for our team, it's got to bring us closer. And with this group, we're not splintering. We're not going our own way. We're going to stay together, especially with me here. We're going to stay together. I'm going to make sure of that because I take that with pride, especially being the guy that's been here a long time and have the resume and have the respect for my teammates. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we keep pushing, man. No one's going to feel sorry for you. This is the NBA. No one's going to feel sorry for you. C-Web and Baby ain't coming through that door. So you got to keep pushing each and every day. Keep getting better in practice. Keep watching the film. Learn from the mistakes. If we all can just get 1% better each and every day, then we'll get our fair shares of wins. But in terms of outside noise, we don't pay attention to that. That's not us. It's your guys' job, which I respect. You guys are, that's your guys' career to do what you need to do. And for us, it's our career to, go out there and lace them up and go play some ball. So that's what we're going to focus on each and every day. And we got this long flight home, but get ready for this weekend. We're back home, get some home cooked meal. Our fans, we need them to be loud and ready for us and give us that life because we're all in this together.
Mm.
All right.
Yeah. And I love that too. Sounds corny or whatever the case may be. And there's a lot of people who look at this group and have given up on this group. I get it. But that's, I said that, I think in the last segment, man, like in some respects, it's not about getting rid of anybody. They got to figure this out.
Yeah.
They got to stick together and figure this out. And that's more what Tristan was talking about, man. He's like, it's bad right now. It's bad. We're not doing what we're supposed to do, but that's also what a leader does. That's also what a great teammate does, what a team player does. He says, yeah, but we here together, man. Nobody's on no island. We're here together. We're going to figure this thing out together. Tristan Thompson, I understand why LeBron loves that guy. Like, I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would ride with Tristan Thompson.
Yeah.
He's somebody I can go to battle with for sure.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, for sure. I'm just cracking up at the amount of tweets that are coming in. Yo, let me get that new Tristan Thompson soundbite. Just go ahead and drop that new
Tristan.
I love David Jackson had the mock reader that you used to get from an artist. This is Tristan Thompson, and you're listening to my latest hit with D-Lo and KC on 1320 The King. Yeah. We'll run. We'll keep these. Tristan hit the power status. I hear you. Just so you know, we see the messages. Jesse's cutting up the De'Aaron sound right now. If you didn't hear it, I'll let you judge for yourself.
That's all we can do.
They're just they're two different people with two different approaches, two different things to say. But I noticed.
Tristan, and I want to talk about that a little bit too, but Tristan even hit us with a Patino. He said Bibby and C Webb ain't coming through that door. He hit us with a Patino.
Nah, they sure
but
ain't.
You know what though, man? Here's the deal, man. Let's just be real. And once again, none of this is personal. I feel like I gotta say that because some people that listen, some people that things get back to them, they think everything is personal. They say people jump off the bandwagon. I love De'Aaron Fox, man. As much as I know, as far as I know him, I don't know him like that, but I love his style of play. I love what he means to this city. That doesn't change, but
De'Aaron didn't fall short last night.
No,
on the offensive end, he didn't fall short last night.
He played well. He played well last night. I don't have an issue with his game last night. But I mean, this is, and maybe it's not fair to put it on De'Aaron. No, I'm not going to stall him out. He's the leader. He's the guy. But Tristan Thompson is like your seventh best player saying this stuff. Seventh best player.
Yeah.
Saying these things. Now we've been, and like you said, he's been here 10 minutes and he's saying this stuff. Yeah, guy's been here 4 or 5 years, man. That still aren't saying it. Like Tristan said it, and it's not like, you know what? He's right. Yeah, I got something to say about that too. No, they just still saying the same stuff. That's not working. It's not getting anybody inspired, mad, motivated to do something better than what they're doing. It's lifeless, man.
Yeah, here's the latest hit from Tristan Thompson. Tristan released 4 simultaneous hits last night. I don't think that's ever been done before. See how long this is. All right, I'm going to tease this one. For those who didn't hear it, we're going to push this off for just a couple of more minutes because it's the length of it, and all of that we just heard, the coaches, the motivation, the frustration, all of that stuff. Yeah, like that's puffing your chest out saying it's the player's job to do this. Mm-hmm. It's our job. It's not Luke, not Alvin, not Lindsey, not Doug, nobody. It's our job to get out there and win a game. Mm-hmm. But the next clip, this isn't like something I've heard before from an NBA athlete on a podium before. These are the things that you hear on the All the Smoke podcast. These are the things that you hear on Happy Hour with D'Lo and KC.
Yep.
These aren't really things that you hear players talking about after, I think it's fair to say, a disastrous road trip in which they were playing teams that a week and a half ago I thought weren't as good as they were, which clearly I was wrong. The results speak for themselves. So the latest hit from Tristan Thompson coming up. You'll hear that. You'll be interested in it. Yeah, this one is interesting.
That man went platinum in 1 week.
And
he's doing Jay-Z Drake numbers.
He's dropping blueprint numbers, man. That's what he's doing. Tristan dropping blueprint numbers. You'll hear what Tristan Thompson had to say. And because we are the People Station, we hear you. You want to hear from De'Aaron? Okay. Jesse's working on that right now.
You can hear from him.
You'll hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say last night as well, and we'll continue to dive into this game and into this losing streak as we get ready to have some fun in the 3 o'clock hour when Rick Ross and Brett Berish join us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, D'Lo and KC, here on ESPN 1320. Okay. You could probably fix that in Audition, but I get it. I appreciate it. Thanks for last second trying to fix it or get it. Don't mind me. I just see, we got a good number of people in here. I think people are ready to see, Rick Ross talk Kings. I'm just gonna mention it's 30% off.
Yeah, man.
I'm just throwing this out there. DLoandKC.com. Look at man, that is
Chargers though.
Oh man.
Hey, slept on. Don't sleep on the softball shirt.
Yeah, I think Dr. David said he was gonna cop that joint.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's nice.
Like the softball shirt. Can't sleep on that.
Nice. I actually made one. I think they're already on the site, but with each, like we got the gold, the purple, the rose, got the pink sleeves. It's clean. It's clean. And I mean everything. It's not just the blue collection, though. I know we've been talking about the blue for a long time. Everything is on sale, 30% off.
Slept on right there too. Slept on throwback colorway.
Yeah. Oh, old school joint right here. Old school joint with the updated D'Lo and KC logo at the bottom.
I don't have that one. I got 2 of those shirts. I don't have that one though.
our man Brett Berish showing us some love on IG, man. I'm all about it.
My guy.
Yes, indeed. Y'all need to get up in here, man. Look at all this beautiful Dave Garcia and Dope Ones designs in here, man. There's some good stuff right here. Where's my new favorite joint? You got the rose on. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
that is cold.
Man, you were cold as ice long ago, baby.
I did that for a family reunion talent show one time. I was Rick James. My mom was Tina Marie.
I'm Rick James, bitch. I'm on that season of Power. We're watching with Charlie Murphy.
Oh man. Oh well, you've already seen it. It's not a spoiler.
Yeah.
I can't, but that was kind of crazy how he died.
Yeah.
I was like,
you mean on the show or in real life?
Yeah,
okay.
On the show.
By the way, for those who are asking about why Kenny is set up for the 3 o'clock hour, which is that. That's why he's set up like that. It won't look like that every day, but everything we did was try to set up for the 3 o'clock hour. There was just only so much that I could do. I was like, I don't know what to do. I thought about taking those posters down. I didn't know. So I was nah.
We were working with this thing till about 12:45 last night, man. It was just like, you know what? When me and Damien on the screen, they just gonna have to get what they get. Okay, it's about what I'm saying today.
It works. Yeah, it's fine. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Baby. I wasn't.
Hold on. Oh man.
Hey, King Boss.
Yeah, King Boss, where you been? You been in here? King
I saw him the other day. He said something. He said something about me yesterday. I can't remember. Black Bottles 916, you're 100% correct with that. And man, you're the 6th man of the year. You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. Shout out Black Bottles.
I was racking my brain too. Do I need to ask Ben for anything? Like, what do I got? Ben, I pulled everything in the refrigerator in the garage out and threw it in here next to me. I want to pop champagne when those guys are with us, but it's in the refrigerator. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, run down there. But
everything we had, I was just like, every black bottle I had, bring it on up.
And I'm gonna have to cash in on my Black Bottles chips for December 11th. Yeah, that one's hitting movie status.
Yeah, you guys know when I don't tweet about the game, somebody said, "Oh yeah, I wasn't tweeting during the game." That was at basketball practice. That's about to take over some of my evenings.
Mm. Yeah, buddy. We're having a good day, man. Even though the Kings stink, we're having a good day. Our man Brett Berish repping us on IG. Rose. Brett Berish going to join us at 3 o'clock.
Can't wait.
See him, man. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Tell your friends we in here.
I really do kind of feel, because like we spoke to him before, but I feel like those are our guys.
Mm-hmm.
I almost feel like, we're friends. I feel like there's catching up to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, last time I talked to you, this happened, this is going on. I got to ask you about this. How's this going? Got to catch up with my guys.
Spoke to him for the first time back in April, and we've been to Rick's house since then. We've met Brett in person since then. So yeah, a lot of things. I'll admit, y'all know how I still get them butterflies before every show. When you have someone like the caliber of Rick Ross and Brett Berish on, those butterflies, they get a little bigger. They kind of become pterodactyls. But I have a lot less anxiety than I did last time, because I knew last time we had so much fun. Like we were all over Rick's IG in front of however many millions of people are following him. At the time, that was our most viewed show ever.
Mm-hmm.
The times have changed since last April because of y'all and the way that you rep D'Lo and KC and ESPN 1320. But yeah, we're excited, man, for sure. We're excited for 3 o'clock. And, we rolled out the new ESPN 1320 D'Lo and KC logo. We rolled out the blue gear over at DLoandKC.com. So we were hoping to come out of last night's game with a win. We'd be celebrating Drake bars, Meek Mill feature. We was fitting. We was ready. We was ready. But no, unfortunately, we have to continue to talk about the same things that we've been talking about with this team. Not really for the better part of the last decade and a half, but really for the better part of the last handful of years. And that's just kind of where we are. So you'll hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But here's more from Tristan Thompson and KC. Man, I sure thought this clip was interesting, because you don't hear NBA players talk about the schedule very often. Tristan Thompson last night off the multi-platinum post-game press conference that he did last night.
I think it's a balance. I think at the end of the day, the reality of it is this road trip should have been a 4-0, point blank period. I was going on this road trip planning on going 4-0. The teams that we played against, OKC, they don't want to win games. They want to rebuild. Everyone knows that. The Spurs, they have all young guys. They're trying to figure it out. They have damn near 8 guys that all play the same position. They're trying to figure it out. Do they want to win games? Maybe, sure. But do they really want to be in the playoffs? Probably not. Probably want a top 10 pick. Timberwolves, they got names, but are they trying to win? Roll the dice, see what happens, figure out their roster. Detroit, they do not want to win. They want another top 3, top 5 pick. And that's no disrespect to the players on their team. They're going to play hard and give it everything they got. But at the end of the day, I know how this league works, and I know how the front office works. I can break down every front office, and I know their mentality will coming into every season, especially after 20 games. So those teams, 3 out of 4 teams really didn't want to win those games. They're probably pissed that we even won, that they won those games. You know what I'm saying? So tonight was another night. Like, these are the games you have to win. If you're trying to be in the playoffs or be in the playing game, these are the wins that you have to capitalize on. Because, when we get back home, you have Utah. That's a contender or a contending team in the West. You got Toronto that's playing well. You got all these teams that are quote unquote playoff teams, and those will be tougher wins to get, and it'll be a tougher battle. So these teams, this 4-game road trip was supposed to be a 4-0 worst case scenario, 3-1, and maybe the one game you do drop would have been tonight. So it's definitely disappointing. I think, yes, you got to have short-term returns, but you can't keep harping on the past. I think the keys from this road trip is that you got to close out defensively, you got to string multiple stops, and you got to have each other's back. We got to be on a string and have a brotherhood. The offense is going to have the highs and lows. Who gives the NBA? But defensively, that's what matters. And I think that's what you have to learn on this road trip, that defense is what's going to keep you in the game and give you a chance to win. And that's all you want at the end of the day. So if you're taking steps defensively, like we did tonight, then you end up losing by, 10-plus points to the Timberwolves. No disrespect to them. Give them credit. They played well, but that's unacceptable.
Ooh. And again, you don't hear NBA players talk like that a lot. You don't hear about the strategies of other NBA teams from an NBA player during the season very often, but that's the ultimate way to call out your team when, we lost to teams that aren't trying to win.
Not trying to win.
We lost.
They don't want to win. They're probably mad they won the game.
Right. Man, imagine that. Imagine going to the podium and say the team that just beat you was pissed off because they just beat you. God bless it, man.
Look, man, I'm just gonna be real. I mean, these guys, I'd be embarrassed for that road trip.
You got to. You have to.
I'd be embarrassed.
Absolutely.
Like if I know they like to take things in stride, and nothing is ever that serious or whatever. I'd be so embarrassed to come back 1-3 after that road trip, because Tristan was right about everything that he talked about. You got the nerve.
Not one.
You got the nerve to talk about to come into the season talking about we got to make the playoffs. Playoffs are our goal.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do that 12, 13 games into the season, 15 games when it was all said and done. I'd be so embarrassed.
And I wonder how embarrassed Monty McNair is, because this is, whether he likes it or not, this is his roster. And we see that there's some flaws in that. Mo Harkless can't get on the floor anymore. Mo Harkless was starting a day and a half ago, and he can't get on. Terrence Davis is greater than Buddy Hield. He was the microwave. Remember when he was called the microwave? Remember that? Instant scoring. He could step right in there and get hot quick. My mans can't get on the floor.
It's crazy.
So that speaks
to can't get on the floor and they're not winning. That don't make no sense. Like, if you made the changes and it led to winning, sure, I could understand that. But these guys aren't even winning.
It all just reeks. It reeks of desperation. Luke needs to win games. He knows it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what Luke has been told privately, but I sure get the feeling he's slamming the podium. He's hitting his face. He's doing all these different things. I don't think we joked last year. Luke was giving some reassurances last year, and we could pinpoint the day that he was pulled into an office and said, "Fam, don't worry. We got you." Everything seemed to be different with Luke Walton after that day. He ain't get that call yesterday.
Nah, hell no.
Yeah, I don't know if he's getting that call today or if he's getting that call, period. But imagine being Luke Walton, knowing you've got to win games. But regardless of the athletic report, you got to win games, period. You're on borrowed time if you don't win games.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, you might be on borrowed time, period. And your resort is to go to Marvin Bagley. And this is a dude that you were willing to write off earlier in the year. And when they're showing fight against Utah and they're showing fight against Golden State. And our man Will Z, the D'Lo and KC statistician, sent us a note earlier today. The Kings, 15 games, they've had clutch minutes in 11 of them. That's the most in the NBA. There haven't been a lot of blowouts. I mean, two at the top of I'm guessing, let's see, 11 out of 15, San Antonio, Charlotte, Detroit, that's 3.
Yeah. And then what's the other one?
I don't know what else might be in there.
They beat somebody now? No, not really. It might be this.
I mean, they got Detroit and Charlotte.
Nah, yesterday was close enough for I don't know what it was.
Yeah, but regardless, they've been in close games more than any other team in the NBA. And stop me if you've heard this one before. Stop me if you've heard this song. Ain't got a closer.
Mm-mm.
Ain't got a dude that can
bring them home.
Throw the team. That's it. Yeah, get them across the finish line.
They don't have that.
They
dude.
collectively don't seem to be able to do it.
They don't have that dude. And look here, man. Said some stuff over the weekend after the OKC loss, and I said De'Aaron Fox ain't it. And for those that didn't know what I was referring to when I said that, it's not that he's not.
He jumped off the bandwagon.
I jumped off the
You're his
bandwagon.
biggest fan. That's what I heard. What Twitter told me. I'm just saying. That's what Twitter told me.
Off the bandwagon. Just it's less than a year.
Whole game.
But it's not about not liking him as a ball player or not thinking he's super talented. When I say he ain't it, he's once again wasn't trying to say that and imply that, but it's exactly what Tristan said. They don't have a guy like Tatum. They don't have a guy like Paul George, like Luka. They don't have that guy. De'Aaron Fox is a great player. He's not that guy that can put guys on his back and lift a team. He's not that guy that I think people, not that they hate playing for him or nothing like that, but they're not inspired to play for him. A guy that I talked about a little while ago, where I'm riding with him. His BS is my BS, and my BS is his BS. And he doesn't invoke that. And he's a great player, and I want to see him here in Sacramento. But I think for them to do what they want to do, ultimately, they need to find somebody better than De'Aaron Fox to play with De'Aaron Fox, because he can't be the best player on the team. I think that's kind of proven now. We're going on about 3 years, right, where he's supposed to be the best player, and we're doing the same things. Can't even get to the postseason. Can't even get to a play-in situation. 2.5 years. I guess this year's not done, but yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge, where the Kings, as you heard Tristan Thompson say a couple of minutes ago, they're coming home. And we've got some tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings 1 week from yesterday. 6 days from today, they'll be taking on Portland. We'll have those for you at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. 1 hour from now, we'll get you all set up, and then 1 hour after that, Rick Ross and Berish will join us. That's at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. For those who missed the first time we talked to those guys, they join us on the video stream just like they did last time. You'll be able to see Rick. You'll be able to see Brett. We're going to have some fun. We'll be commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour. Should anything happen as it pertains to your Sacramento Kings, we'll deal with it then. I don't think anything's going to happen. I don't think Luke Walton is going to be fired today. But I do think that clock is running out. We posted on YouTube on Monday. Are you rooting for the Kings? Are you rooting for Luke Walton to get fired? Are you rooting for the Kings to lose so Luke Walton can get fired? 50-50 split. Today, we'll ask again, are you ready to move on from Luke Walton? Questions phrased a little differently, admittedly. But 60% of the people who have responded so far an hour into the show have said, yes, they are ready to move on from Luke Walton. And that's after 1 win and 1 loss. And I think, KC, the loss to Minnesota hurts because you feel like this is one you're going to be thinking about later, because the West isn't good. Like these cluster of teams that are competing for the play-in spot, that cluster is not good. And so our hope was, or at least mine was, the Kings might be able to not create separation, but kind of just get ahead of some of the, you get ahead of Minnesota. Right. Oklahoma City, by the way, is lingering around. We all believe that they're going to fade later on. They're lingering around right now, but you get above them, you don't have anything to worry about. And none of that happened. And San Antonio's an interesting one. Mm-hmm. San Antonio, the same thing. They're thinking the same thing. Well, we could accidentally make the play, and it's what we were talking about yesterday with James. Teams accidentally qualify. Oh, crap. All right, let's just go to the playoffs.
Tristan said it. These guys aren't. They get mad when they win. The organization.
Yeah.
They're mad when they win. They got teams like that are winning games that the Kings can't win.
Amazing. And I don't think in just by, the number of people in here chat and the number of people that were on social media, like the fan base hasn't hit a point where they don't care. Like it's no good for any of us when people hit a point where they don't care. Mm-hmm. But again, much like Luke Walton, fans are getting closer to that edge. I'll be honest, man, we talked about this last year. So are we. Go ahead. Keep messing around. We'll be talking about the NBA Power Hour. We'll be talking about how the Phoenix Suns ain't lost a game since Harrison Barnes buzzer beater went in. They still ain't lost.
We're going to talk to our boy Eddie Bansky.
We'll get Bansky back on. We'll start calling beat. We'll get Q on. We'll get our man Quentin on to talk about the Washington Wizards and how they're doing. And it's hard to not look at Washington and go, oh, man, now obviously Washington has Bradley Beal, who is elite NBA talent. Yeah. But it's hard not to be a Kings fan and wonder, well, what if? What if the Lakers had not pursued Russell Westbrook and instead had pursued the elite Buddy Hield and Kyle Kuzma had been here and Montrezl Harrell would have been here? What would have been different in free agency? What would have been different? I don't think anything would have been different in the draft, but what just would have been different overall? Would DeLon Wright still be here? Tristan Thompson not be here? Again, it's the 10th question we've asked today that we don't have an answer to. Yeah. I don't know.
But that's what we're saying, though, man. There's a lot of questions out there, and the Kings aren't providing any answers.
No, they're creating more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm tired of walking away from my TV wondering, like, why is like one? We talk about that closer. Tristan talked about that closer, talking about having that person, having that player who will come in here and lead the way and finish things out. I hate that Kings fans, because seemingly Luke Walton does this too. We just sit around and wait for Buddy to make a shot. And we hope that, man, Buddy's heating up. Like he made 2 in a row. He was like 2 of like 15.
And that's all he needs to get started. All right.
I thought we dispelled that myth so long ago. Oh, Buddy hits his first shot, man. That's a good thing. No, it's not. It literally means nothing. When he hits 3 or 4, then we've got something. Mm-hmm. Then we know we're going to have a nice little night from Buddy Hield. Hitting his first one means nothing. Making 2 in a row doesn't even mean anything, but we look for that closer. It's like Luke Walton is constantly looking for Buddy to be that closer. He's hoping one of those freaking threes goes in. This is why I can't get on the overall Buddy Hield is elite train. Steph hits threes that matter.
Facts.
Buddy hits threes that don't mean crap. They mean nothing.
Buddy took 17 shots last night.
14 threes, 17 shots. He got the green light. Luke will tell you over and over again. He's got the green light. And now I think about what James was talking about yesterday, where we were kind of, okay, so what if you do move on from Luke Walton? Now Alvin Gentry's the coach. Okay, isn't this Alvin Gentry's offense? Alvin Gentry's been around the team. Does he have the same green light with Alvin Gentry? Alvin Gentry had Buddy as a bench guy, didn't he? Well, didn't Alvin coach Buddy for a couple months or whatever it was?
Yep.
He was a bench dude.
And the other thing about this is, like, I've said this since the show started. It ain't like he shooting threes with 2 people draped on him and he can't get a good look. These are wide open shots. They're just bricks. Mm-hmm. That are just bricks. People say all the time, what was the narrative before? Just let Buddy run around like Duncan Robinson, get him open so he can just catch and shoot. He catch and shoots all the time.
I understand that the TV crew is talking to the fan base. Katie said twice last night, like, I can't believe Buddy missed a wide open 3. He never misses those. Like, Katie, yes, he no, I get, and again, that's a tough spot to be in because I get Katie can't go, damn, buddy can't hit a wide open three.
Right.
Like,
Absolutely.
again, he missed another one.
No
Like
shade
that's
to Katie. We know,
like,
we know the job. We know what's going
I
on.
get it, but man, that's tough because I'm watching it like word. And my dumb ass went to Synergy. I'm like, buddy, Hield threes. And I'm sitting here looking, he's open on that one. He's open on that one. Man, I just like, God, we talk about.
I would argue
that dude is empty stats, man. His stats mean nothing.
90% of his shots are wide open. Like, Buddy rarely takes a tough three. Like with people draped all over him.
Yeah, I mean,
he's pretty wide open the majority of the time.
I don't know. I mean, Buddy does. I guess he takes some wild shots.
He takes the one coming off the quick screen where his own teammate is around him because he's like going right off.
Maybe that's where my confusion lies.
Shoots the running three, but for the most part, he's open and he's feast or famine. Sometimes he's open and it barely touches the net. Other times it's open and it's like, damn, you missed that.
Buddy, I think Buddy is one of the great myths of the Sacramento Kings. He's a myth. Like, oh, you see all of these like stat lines and it's Steph and Buddy. It's like, okay. Yeah, I guess you can't argue with stats, right? Statistically, that's all accurate. But one guy's team is like 13-2 and the other guy's team is 3 games under 500. And he took the second most shots last night.
Look at Will Z. He's on it. Buddy on quote unquote wide open threes. 6+ feet is the closest defender. He's 21 of 51. What's that percentage?
I was going to say is that a good number?
It feels like it's decent.
25 of 50 is 50. So it's it's not I guess it's not awful.
Like it's a good number.
Okay, maybe he never misses threes. Maybe Katie was right. Maybe he never misses wide open threes. Maybe she nailed it, and I'm not the one. I'm the one not watching close enough.
41% is what it is.
Y'all wanted to hear De'Aaron Fox. Here's De'Aaron Fox talking about the team's constant, my bads and guys not being ready.
We talk about doing the right thing, but we just have to be able to do it. Luke talks about not getting bored with doing the right thing, and that's what we need to do.
That's it. It's an interlude on the Tristan Thompson album. That's the interlude. Yeah. Here's more.
Oh yeah.
By the way, his media availability was 4 minutes last night. Is Fox still confident team will be able to make the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen what it looks like when we're doing it. We know what it feels like when we're doing it, but you have to do it for, like we said before, a longer period of time for as much of the game as you can.
Bear with me for a sec, and I know he answers another question in there about like he doesn't yell. I just want to point out just real quick, Tristan, the hit record y'all been calling for, Tristan Thompson.
I think
minute 21. I'm
gonna say this. I think
minute 34.
Yeah, no, I mean I did
142. Minute 42.
I think it's about
2 minutes and 12 seconds uninterrupted. Let me ask you a question for those who remember the hit album Tristan dropped. Did he yell at all? Did he ever yell? Didn't yell once.
We talk
11 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, we
12 seconds.
Tristan
I'm just presenting
curses.
We know that. We very much do know that. What does all that mean, dude? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. That's what it is. I think this is the clip, by the way, of the most effective way of leading for De'Aaron.
I mean, just trying to get guys in their spots, talk to guys. Obviously, I'm not a big yeller or anything like that. I can get intense, but I don't get intense a lot. But I mean, at this level, we just have to be able to do our job.
12 seconds.
Well, look, I'll say this again about Five. If he's not a yeller or doesn't do all that, I'm not asking for him to be something that.
How many times did Tristan yell?
Yeah,
he didn't yell at all.
No, he didn't yell at all. But I think about all of it. Like I think about on the court, the training camp clip of Tristan, after they got that stop or whatever the case may be. If Fox doesn't do that, if he's not comfortable doing it, then that's fine. All I'll say is, and I'm not saying you have to yell, all I'm saying is what you're doing isn't working. So what are we going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to keep doing the same thing that isn't connecting with anybody, that isn't resonating with anybody? Or are we going to look to do something different? If it doesn't have to be yelling, I don't know what it is, but we just going to do the same thing and have the same results. Sometimes, look, to be honest with you, I know it may seem crazy, may not seem realistic, may not even believe it. I'm not a big yeller myself. I'm not a big talker myself. I'm pretty quiet. You know what I mean? But I realized on the court with certain teams and certain teammates, I had to morph into something else for the betterment of the team if something was missing. You know what I mean? Like you got to figure out what that is. And if something is lacking, the leader, they've got to figure out a way to make sure that's not lacking anymore. And maybe you do have to come outside of yourself a little bit. Maybe you do. I don't think that's like blasphemous to ask of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't always be in your comfort zone and be who you are. Sometimes you don't have to yell at these people, night in and night out. But sometimes, yeah, you might have to come out of your comfort zone. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But, I really don't care how De'Aaron Fox or anybody else leads, so to speak. I just don't want to see the same things continue to happen. That's really all that matters. Lead however you feel comfortable leading, as long as it's effective.
One more clip from De'Aaron. Hopefully, I have time for it. Was this road trip a missed opportunity?
Really big missed opportunity. Obviously, going into it with you don't want to look at who you're playing and shit like that, but we had a chance to do better on this road trip. But like I said, we had the lead in 3 of the 4 games that we played. And we only won 1 of them.
Okay, we'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about with your Sacramento Kings. Rick Ross, Brett Berish coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Kings tickets coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. And your home for real Kings coverage. It's Dealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
And I was thinking the same thing, you guys. A few people brought this up in the chat. I was thinking the same thing after I analyzed it a little bit more. 40% wide open is not that good. You're wide open. Like it's catch and shoot. Nobody's around you and you're elite and you're only hitting 40% of those. What are you doing when somebody's got a hand in your face? It's probably down to 20. It's not that good.
Right on, Dr. David. I see your message, man. We appreciate you. Hey, that's cool, Dr. David. Thanks for that message, man. That's dope stuff. I really, dude, I've been wanting to on that champagne. I've been wanting to pop a bottle of champagne for a while, but
Let's think about that last night.
I think I'm just gonna go bamboo. Get on this bamboo vibe. If y'all haven't tried this, man, y'all gotta get up on it.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going with the Sacramento Splash. That's for sure. But I was thinking about like I got things to do. I got to ride around on Sunday. I gotta get some of this champagne. Got to get it some playing time.
Yeah,
mimosas, whatever the case.
That's really what I'm about, man. It's the mimosas right there. Mimosas right there. Yeah. Fill up this champagne bucket.
Wow. That's impressive, Rory. That is impressive. Didn't know that. I wouldn't think that's good. Whatever Steph does is good, but I wouldn't think that's good.
Again, like y'all can compare Buddy to Steph all you want to. Steph wins games, Buddy doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to. Cool. He's elite. Go ahead. Call him an elite 3-point shooter. He's elite 3-point shooter. It means absolutely nothing to his basketball team.
Simple
He's
as
an
that.
elite 3-point shooter that they tried to trade during the offseason. So y'all can continue to ride with Buddy all you want, but he has more impact on this team right now this season, because there were some games earlier this year where you could point to and go, Kings won because something Buddy did.
Yep.
Kings won because of something Buddy did. That was like game 1 and 4. I don't know that he's done it since.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, elite for sure.
Whatever, like I said, I said a long time ago, this ain't about being right or wrong. I hope Buddy shoots 90% from 3.
Please.
I don't care, man. Like, I really don't care. I keep telling you guys this. You guys getting these crazy little narratives. The only thing I care about is covering a winning team, watching a winning team. That's all I care. I don't care how you get there. They could bring goddamn Louis the King off of the G League, and he comes in and he's the leader we're looking for, and he scores 25 a night. I could give a damn. just find somebody to get this done. Shout out to this is just a guess. Shout out to Warren's daughter in the house.
Gotta be Warren's daughter right there. Yeah, that's good stuff, Warren. No, we ain't deleting that. That lives. That's all right. That's all right. She our number 1 fan. We rock with it.
Big ups.
The baby daddy.
That is, yeah, I noticed that yesterday. That's funny.
Baby daddy. Yeah,
I just want to go to Branson.
I just, I like why I got a chance. I haven't watched a complete game, but I got a chance to catch up on the one over the weekend. I like watching him. Oh, what's happening here?
Ba-dum-dum.
Blowing money fast. That's the King's motto. Never mind. You're listening. You're listening to D-Lo and KC. We appreciate you being here with us. If you want to jump in on the phone lines, you can. I haven't mentioned that all day, man. I apologize.
Yeah,
the
man,
phone
tap
lines,
in.
yeah, they're definitely open for you, man. We are free all the way until 3 o'clock. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here. Again, that's 916-349-1320. We know a lot of you are in the chat house, man. We appreciate that. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to watch the show, if you want to see Rick Ross and Brett Berish when they join us at 3 o'clock. We asked you over there on YouTube, are you ready to move on from Luke Walton? On Monday, the vote was split 50-50. Today, right now, about an hour and some change into the show, 62% of those who have voted say they are ready to move on from Luke Walton. Again, 62% say they are ready to move on from Luke Walton.
I mean, yeah. Like I said, if moving on from Luke Walton will turn this team around, turn this franchise around, by all means, do it. I don't know what it does. I feel like it creates more problems than it does solutions. But when the team isn't performing, when they're underperforming,
yeah,
somebody's got to pay the price. That's just what it is.
Yeah. And it can't solely be Luke Walton. And I think that's the thing Kings fans know. And maybe some Kings fans are like, I think it's easier to go, okay, let's fire Luke Walton. That's easy. That's easy. Okay, we got to overhaul the roster. Okay, what's that mean? Or we don't have to overhaul the roster. We've got to change the roster. Great. What's that mean? That's a lot harder. Because with Luke, it's easy. It's just going to be Alvin Gentry. Oh, I mean, almost certainly it's going to be Alvin Gentry.
Mhm.
All right, cool. That works. That's easy. Swap out. We got to change the roster. Okay, well, what are you going to do to get better? Everyone always has these. I'm not talking about a trade machine idea. I'm talking about a real idea that both teams would go, that makes sense.
Mhm.
That a tanking team goes, yeah, let's do that. We shed this salary. We shed that $11 million next year. We're able to get off this guy. Oh, yeah, that works. Let's do that. Who's the roster upgrade? Where is the roster upgrade? All of a sudden, you got two guys who were signed this offseason that don't play anymore. Or at least they haven't. Went on a road trip, which you were playing bad basketball teams, and Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless didn't play. For some of it. Most of it.
Mhm.
Half of it. At least off the top of my head, they didn't play at least half of it. Okay? Fix it. How do you fix it? People just start throwing names in trade machines. Look, I just figured out how we could get Dame Lillard. Cool. Let's do that. Post that on Twitter. Let's run with it.
And one of the things that I see from Luke that there's a problem on a number of different levels. He's out here searching for anything. Like he's just searching for anything. Out here talking about Bagley. He's throwing Metsu in the starting lineup. Freeport is our guy, but he's just out here trying. No more 3-guard lineups. All this
Yeah,
he's just searching
that one
for anything.
We should probably dive into that a little bit, but I want to get to these phones first. KC 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man E-Business. E-Biz, what's good?
What's up with it, fam? How you guys doing?
Yeah, man, how you doing?
Man, I'm all right. So here, I'm going to keep it on real quick, man. I just got to ask a question, all right? I agree with what James Ham said about, if we were to lose, like if Luke was gone, like how would it change if we were to have Alvin Gentry?
Mm-hmm.
I doubt this will happen, but what if Rico Hines was the team coach, the head coach? How do you think the Kings would be? You think they'll respect him and play harder?
Well, I think they'll respect him. They'll absolutely respect him. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I've never thought of it. I think I've thought of everybody else on the staff except Rico.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Rico would do. I think they respect Luke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
right.
respect ain't the
That's a
issue.
good point. Yeah.
They need to respect themselves a little bit more with their performances. I think that will go a longer way than anybody they can bring in.
Let's get our man TC here. TC, what's good?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
You know what it is, baby.
You already know what time it is. Look, hey, I like that last caller, my boy, man. I like Rico Hines, man. That sounded kind of cool right there, though. I like that. I mean, if they did make a move, but look, check it out. It's two things though, bro, that I've been kind of like vibing with. So check it out. For one, Alvin Gentry could do what Luke Walton is doing and more right now. Luke Walton's not doing anything special, but having guys run down the court and everybody stand behind the three-point line with a 5-out and everybody take bad three-point shots.
Mm-hmm.
At least with Alvin Gentry, you'll know you'll be able to run plays, do pick and roll, backdoor cuts. He'll have him doing something different. And also another thing is you need somebody to yell. Fox, somebody needs to yell. It's not all about yelling in press conferences. It's about yelling at practice, and it's about yelling during games. We got a bunch of quiet dudes. You talk about Draymond, Kenny. Draymond is a yeller and gets everybody. He's the enforcer. Steph Curry is a quiet one. That's cool. And Clay's quiet. Everybody else is quiet except for Draymond. Draymond is that odd factor. You need somebody like that, bro. So it's either Fox or somebody. Somebody has to yell and speak up instead of being quiet and leading by example. It's not adding up. That's all I have to say.
I feel you, TC. I feel you. And look, I like Alvin Gentry. I like him. The man's been fired 3 times. It's not like you're bringing in John Wooden here and he's gonna change everything. He may have a Nate McMillan situation. It's all about your scenarios and situations. But I mean, the same things that people are probably saying about Luke right now. They were Belo and JC in New Orleans and Belo and JC in Phoenix. We're saying the same thing about Alvin Gentry. So
Alvin's had a above 500 record once. Now, that's one more time than Luke has.
Mm-hmm.
But this isn't a Nate McMillan situation. Nate McMillan was a very good coach and shouldn't have been fired from Indiana.
Right.
So very, very different situations there. Let's get back to these phones, man. Get in here if you'd like. 916-349.
That's all we have to do is be like, yo, they're open and people tapping in. Yo,
That's my fault, man. That's I know. Just sometimes I need to hear it. You know, we sometimes we just be vibing out. Like, I don't know. Mitch, what's good?
Boom. How you doing, Casey? What's happening?
What's up, Mitch? Mitch tried to call me out on Twitter, said I don't respond to him. Mitch, I respond to you. If I didn't, my bad, man.
It's all right.
He doesn't respond to me either, so it's okay.
Oh, I was telling you, forget it. I mean, your secretary tell me you're busy. But anyway, they're very busy guy. Hey, I know the Lakers are ruining the day. That they let go of Lonzo Ball for one, and could they still get high, buddy? But I would love to take Tucker and even Malik Monk off their hands. Would that be a good deal, Sacramento's way?
I mean,
please don't ask Kenny questions about Malik Monk, please, Mitch.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yes, you would.
Especially after Horton Tucker and Monk for Buddy. Yeah, in a heartbeat. I
don't think they will either. Let's get Lisa in here. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Lisa?
Hey guys, it's Lisa from Top Golf. How the heck are you?
Hey, what's good?
My two favorite guys.
How you doing?
I'm taking a break from my job, so don't tell anyone because I have a burning question for you two.
Okay.
So many things drive me out of my mind about the Kings, but I want your perspective on this one because despite what you might think, I haven't been an NBA coach and I didn't play in the NBA. So here's my question. I was sold as a fan that the best thing about this year's team was all the depth. We have amazing depth now. Just so much depth. And I look at NBA box scores fanatically. And for example, the Warriors and Bulls in their last game, both coaches used 12 players. So I'm seeing 10, 12, some teams even using 13 players or 14. So what I don't understand is with all our depth, why our coach plays 8 or 9 people. I don't see why we can't get Alex Len in there for a couple minutes last night. Maybe even Terrence Davis for a couple minutes. It's not that they all need to play 35 minutes. I don't understand when we have the depth what the point is when they just sit on the bench. So I'm curious your take on that.
We lied, Lisa. Apparently we don't have any depth. Lisa, by the way, Lisa's one of the long list of people who comes up. Big hug. I listen to you guys every day. Like, oh, Lisa, man, I love Kenny. Thanks, Lisa.
Lisa, that's my girl.
He's over there. Get it. You gotta get in line over there. That's like I'm like the old broken. Like Kenny's the new hot wrestler on TV. He's got the long line for the autographs, and me, I'm Hacksaw Jim Duggan over here at the table with no one. Oh, but we love Lisa, and that's Luke's thing. Is I mean, no run for TD. I don't know where you he's playing Buddy, so that eliminates TD. I mean, and when I say playing Buddy, I mean playing Buddy. Yeah. He's getting them minutes. There ain't gonna be no room for Terrence right there.
She brings up a good point, though. I'll be honest with you. I mean, you can take. Well, let me see for sure, man. I mean, Buddy played 29 minutes.
Yeah.
I know it's not much. Terrence Davis can't play 7 and do what Buddy did or more.
And Ty played 34. So I don't know. Maybe the answer is he can't.
I find that hard to believe.
Maybe we don't have the depth we thought we did.
Hey, Terrence definitely can go 1 of 10 and a half.
I believe that. I don't know. I don't know, bro.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he can go 1 of 10.
So there's that. But I mean, I'm just using Buddy as an example. She said Alex Len as well. I mean, Alex Len, I don't know where necessarily the minutes will come. Maybe you get some of Metu's minutes. Metu played 25. You know what I mean? You can give 5 of those minutes to you give 5 minutes from Metu. You can take maybe 2 off of what Rashawn did. He played 30.
And is this impactful? That's what I asked. So
here's the deal. It may not be, but what's going on now is not impactful.
That again, I got you. Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't typically, I'm not big on like change for change's sake. That's not really my bag. But I mean, what's going on right now isn't working, and seems to be grasping for straws and searching for anything. Why not search for a couple of Lynn minutes or a couple TD minutes? Hell, if you don't want to do that, search for some Lewis King minutes. Bring him up. See what he might be able to provide.
It's fine with me. Let's get to David, 916-349-1320. David J, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
You all right, man? How you doing, David?
Doing good. Love listening to you guys.
Thank
Always
you,
good.
Thank you.
All this talk about Luke Walton, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. I remember, it was about 30 years ago. I remember Jerry Reynolds, and they were going to fire him as the coach, and they had him interviewing him, and he said, asking him what he thought, and he said, if I thought firing me would get these guys to rebound, I'd be ready for it in a second. And I don't think it's going to make any difference. And he was right. It made no difference.
That's a hell of a point.
The consistency in the organization may be worth it just to keep Luke around for a while, just because they keep this revolving door. And the revolving door has not worked. You guys talking about stuff not working.
Yeah.
That hasn't worked.
Mm-hmm.
And I got nothing personal against Alvin Gentry, but, his track record in other places, if it was that great, he'd be a head coach somewhere.
That's
he wouldn't be Luke Walton on that bench. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the universal sound effect for it's not good. Anytime you hear a brother go, that means it's bad. That means it's bad. We appreciate you, David. Thanks, man.
We appreciate you, David. Hey, man, he brings up a great point, though. Him and Jerry Reynolds is right.
Yes.
Jerry's
always right.
Always. As I think through this some more, man, I don't know. I know the Sounders coming. I might be looking at a trade before I look at a coaching change.
Oh, I know what you were calling for, but I don't know that that's Sounder worthy. Like I get it. Like we're trying to solve a problem. And all you're saying is, I don't know that I don't know that starting with Luke Walton is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
fair?
fair?
Yeah, that doesn't mean Luke should never be fired or he's safe if we decided to move a player before Luke. But I know you can't get wrapped up in your past when you're talking about situations right now.
Yeah.
But you have gotten rid of so many coaches over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not what turned. Like people talk about getting rid of Luke Walton isn't the only move, but it's the start and all this other stuff. You've gotten rid of coaches and broke everything down to the bare bones, and that hasn't worked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So David talked about it maybe for some type of consistency's sake. I would see what that trade market is looking like. I would see if the universal deal is appealing to anybody right now. I would see if there's another deal that maybe can be worked out to bring somebody in to see if that might help. You know what I mean? You can always fire Luke Walton. Like I don't think anybody is sitting here saying fire Luke Walton to save the season so we can make the playoffs. Like a lot of people, from what I've seen, I'll give them this. They're like, fire Luke Walton to start the tear down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're going to tear down anyway, then it don't matter if you fire him now or in May.
Yeah.
Just see if you can get some other players in here. See how that works out. I don't know. Think about different.
No, I hear you. Like it's okay. Not worthy, but it's always fun. It's always fun to press the button. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan, what's going on?
Yo, how y'all doing?
We all right. What's up, Jordan?
Good, man. I just want to mention two things that I was thinking about. I'll try to be quick. But as far as another option for coach, the thing that's been coming to my mind is looking towards Doug Christie and filling that kind of role that, like, you've seen with maybe the Nets with Steve Nash or Chauncey Billups with the Blazers don't have a huge coaching record, but you know, have the smarts, have the charisma, and they're a part of the organization. I don't know. I've been surprised that I haven't seen much about that. And then I guess I was going to mention something about looking towards moving De'Aaron and getting your guys' more specific takes on that, but just wanted to see what you guys thought about those things.
Okay. Yeah. We appreciate you, Jordan. Thanks, man.
Jordan, I wouldn't be looking at Doug Christie to be the head coach right now, but you brought up two examples of guys who had no coaching experience. And I mean, Chauncey, yeah, they've kind of rebounded a little bit in Portland to be around 500. And Steve Nash, obviously, he had a crazy roster, but he was able to go on there and do some things as well. So it's not unheard of. Yeah, it's not unheard of. I don't know if that's the situation you want to put Doug in. Like, this isn't for him to just jump into something like this.
Yeah.
That kind of be a little unfair, I would think.
The question I'd ask is, as it pertains to Doug, you move on from Luke and you make Doug the interim coach versus making Alvin the interim coach.
Mm-hmm.
Is your idea in elevating Doug? Does Doug have a realistic opportunity to be the head coach next year? Because I got to imagine if you're elevating Doug, he does. That could be completely far-fetched on my part, but I feel like if you do that, he does. Because if you do it with Alvin, I don't feel like Alvin does. Like, unless he goes out there and does what Nate McMillan did. And even at that, I still wonder if, Monty, well, I mean, I guess you get to the playoffs, like it'd be tough to move on from Alvin Gentry, but I think those two guys as an interim coach, I think the overlook, the broader view of each of those guys, I think is different.
Yeah, no, and maybe Alvin has the regardless of what we say about where he's been, he's coached in this league. He knows how things go. So maybe, if that were to happen, Monty comes to him, want to make it an interim. He's like, well, I'm not doing the interim thing without like at least a 2-year deal. Like Alvin,
it's been done before.
Alvin could easily be like, all right, this is the only way I'm doing it. And if you say no, I'm okay with that. I just won't take the job.
Alvin's got another year on his contract, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's how he approaches it. But yeah, I maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But
here's your soundbite.
I don't know. I don't know if
this is the whole. This is us talking about the Kings after last night.
I don't quite know how to answer this.
On a loop,
over and over and over again.
As far as he talked about trading Fox, I'm not willing to trade Fox as of yet. I think the answer is to pair him with somebody. I don't know how you do that. I'm not saying like go trade and get Fox help that way. That may not be an option. You may be a year away from something like that. I don't know, but I'm not ready to trade Fox. That's not really on my radar right now. I just think they need to find a way to bring a better player in here. Maybe you do take a chance if it's available on Siakam. Siakam ain't gonna play.
I don't think that's available. I take Siakam in a heartbeat, but I don't think that's available.
Give him something. Give him a little more sweet in the pot. I don't know if they'll probably still say no, but I'm opening up those trade talks.
Okay, what's sweet in the pot sound like?
Another pick.
Oh, okay.
Or look. We talking drastic right now.
Okay, this is what I was trying to get at. He was kind of building this up. Go ahead.
I mean, Harrison Barnes might be on the table.
Oh, we're doing that. That's not what I was expecting.
No, I'm not trying to, but maybe he gets you more than Buddy and Bagley, or you get all three up in there.
Now I'm the one that was wrong because Harrison has come back to earth. After I was adamant he would not come back to earth. He would just
tough
continue.
night last night, man.
Man. Team shot 36% last night, dude. Chemezi was 2 of 8. Harrison was 3 of 10. Tyrese was 3 of 10. Tyrese played 34 minutes and had 7 points, man.
Tyrese was not good last night.
That was not Tyrese's finest moment last night, man. And that's like,
I don't know. I don't.
like, where's the team that play? Yo, what if this team comes out and balls against Utah? Like, what? God, it's the same old story. You can't even get up when this team wins. The team's got to win like 3 or 4 for you to be like, okay, all right, I'm with it. Outside of that, it's just like,
they're going to go on a nice
consistent
for me to really, like I said, the belief in this particular group is waning. It's not gone for me. It's not gone because they are still 6-9 or whatever the case may be. But it feels like we talked about it before. We've seen this story before. We've seen this movie. We know what time it is. At least we think we know.
Speaking of movies we've seen, you knew these were going to pop up somewhere. This is funny. Bleacher Report just pushed out an article from the Tampa Bay Times. And the headline is, AB bought fake vaccination card.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. Rick Ross, Brett Berish at 3 o'clock. Kings tickets coming up in 15 minutes. We're back with more of D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Wow.
Boy.
Yeah. And when I say they need somebody better than Fox, I don't know how that guy gets here. I didn't figure that out.
That's what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say Tyrese. Yeah, I thought you were going to say Tyrese.
But so would you, this is actually pretty interesting because they might do it, even though they probably shouldn't. They might do it. Would the Celtics trade Jalen for Halliburton? Halliburton and Tatum.
I think so.
Yeah. It's Groundhog Day. Same thing every year.
Yeah. Y'all hit the thumbs up over there on YouTube. What's this? How many players on this roster? How many players of this is, I can't read this. If Fox wants Walton because he didn't. Huh.
What's my idea? Well, I don't know. I don't have that answer. Part of it, you got to get lucky. You know what I'm saying? Like, probably got to get lucky. You got to find somebody with the 13th, 14th pick that turns into Kawhi. It's luck. That's not like, oh yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Find somebody like a Paul George. Paul George came out of Fresno State as Paul George was a pick in the teens, I think. You know, you got to find it unless you're willing to trade Fox, and I'm not really there yet. I ain't trying to trade him, but you need some fortune. You need something to go your way. I'd never do. I'd never trade for Ben Simmons. I've come to that conclusion. I take that back because I'd have to give up something of substance. I wouldn't give up anything of substance.
But they've got a list of 30 players.
What they say in the next year or two?
Come on, dude. Y'all are doing a lot.
No, Paul George was 10. Okay. But hell, that's 10. That's not a tank. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to find Donovan Mitchell was 13, 12, 13, something like that. You got to get lucky, man. It's got to be a little bit of luck.
I just want y'all to see Kenny set up again. Bam. Look at that. Live at the club.
VIP section.
So what's the black? Where are you?
Same
You're
space. I just kind of
Say-
slid down just a little bit.
So how did you get all the black up there?
This is like a stand, like a, the thing that you break down or whatever.
Like a room divider?
No, I rented
Oh.
those curtains, and it's like a what are those things called, man? The little thing. It's almost like what you got behind what you had at JT's party, the stand.
Oh, okay.
And we just draped the curtains around them.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, for real.
No audio. Because of the Queen Bee. No audio.
I'm with Black Bottles. What house? Which house are you at?
Backdrop stand.
Thank you, Jazz. Oh, well, I got one of those yesterday. I was wondering if anybody watching was going to notice this. John Bull's asking if the Black Bottles sign behind you turns on. In fact, it does.
It does. I'll let you guys see it in a second.
The wild part is when you turn it on, you can't make out what it says.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on.
The lights get a little weird, and so when the sign is just off and you see the cursive letters there that say Black Bottle Boys, you can actually see it significantly clearer.
It's kind of hard for me to get to, so I need my assistant. Whenever my assistant comes back around, we'll get that on.
You gonna get your ass whooped for calling her an assistant?
She does all the work. Well, she's the boss. Maybe I'm the assistant.
There you go.
I'm
my
sitting
man.
on
You just saved your evening right there with that correction right there. I'm
sitting on her side. She just like, get out the way, sit down when I need you to sit down. So I'm the assistant. When the boss comes back, then
there you go.
We'll get it on.
There you go. The biggest boss and the boss of Sovereign Brands, McQueen, Luke Belair, Valon, Bamboo, Brett Berish is going to join us at 3:00 along with Rick Ross. We'll have some fun. They'll join us on the live stream on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM as well. We asked the question over here on YouTube, are you ready to move on from Luke Walton? 62% of those who have voted had said yes, they are willing to move on. 62% say yes. 38% say no. If you're watching, cast your vote. Hit the thumbs up as well, please. And hit the subscribe button. It's going to be a fun day here, despite the fact our team stinks, the fact that they're frustrating, the fact that we just asked for them to go. We just asked for you to be average on the road trip. Go 2-2 against teams that are terrible. That's all we asked. And you let us down. You talk about setting the bar low. And you managed to go lower. You managed to go underneath it. King's the limbo champion of the world.
It's calls for Tyra.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
Tragic.
I think many of us feel that way after you call Jazz your assistant.
Well, I mean,
it's all right. You tried to clean it up. It's all right. She ain't going. It's not like she's going to unhear it.
She's the queen bee. I know exactly how everything was put together. It wasn't from me. All right. It wasn't from me. I know that much.
We should acknowledge, though, real talk, Jazz is the official, PR person of D-Lo and KC. Like she makes sure that, Rick Ross, she tags everybody on all of the posts and makes sure that we get seen. And
yeah,
she's doing that. She's doing that work.
Brett was just as, if not more, excited to see her than me.
I recall that. Yes, I recall that.
He was at the end. Jazz was off doing something else, and we saw Brett, And he was like, "Oh, where's your wife? I want to introduce her to my wife." Like, da-da-da-da. He was looking for her. He was like, "Yeah, get out the way, KC. Where's your wife?"
Yeah, that's that, and that's what people do to me. So imagine if like they're D'Lo, move. Where's Kenny? That's what Brett did to KC when we were at the Promised Land in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking to those guys a little over an hour from now.
Out of 916, he's correct. They have their own Instagram thread. That involved me.
That's
nigga's boss.
That's the way it is. It's the way it is, man. We've got Kings tickets coming up at the top of us. So after all of this, we'll send you to see the team. We will send you to see the Sacramento Kings.
Portland?
This is for Portland. Yes, indeed. Portland coming up.
Portland, Oregon.
Portland coming up. Well, the game's at G1C.
The
But
team
this is
from Portland, Oregon.
the team from Portland.
Not Portland, Maine.
Not Portland, Maine. Yes, indeed. Boy, Maine is really on your mind today.
Yeah, Cheryl in Baltimore went to Maine. And I was like, wow, wonder what Maine is like.
Probably cold. Be my guess. Be
It's
my
that time
guess.
of year around here too. It's getting cold.
Yeah, not Portland, Maine cold though. Those
No,
are
no.
different. No,
No,
those
that's
are
like
different.
Canada.
Yeah, those are different kind of colds.
That's basically Canada.
Those are. Have you ever been in a cold that hurt?
New York City, Manhattan.
Yeah, you get it, man. You get out there by them buildings, man. Them buildings block any type of sun, anything you
Bruh.
might get. Boy, you be walking down them streets freezing.
Quick story. Go to New York. Went in January. Had to go for a funeral. That wasn't fun. But first time I had been on the East Coast in the winter. I was like, man, it's gonna be cold. Like, I gotta make sure I'm bundled up. I don't know if I can handle it. California boy. Like, get out there, I see the temperature is gonna be like 26, 27. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be cold. I get out there. I'm in Staten Island, so not around buildings or much of anything. Sun is out that day. It's 27. And I got my jacket on, I'm like, but this is all right. Like, it's okay. I'm warm. I'm good. No problem. Next day, we go into Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
It's 27. And that Manhattan, whatever
different
wind they got going on starts whipping around. My face was so cold.
Yep.
My face and my hands were so cold. The windshield probably made it like 20 or something like that. Like, it wasn't even like Chicago freezing. It made it like 20, but no, I was freezing. Cold.
This question over here on youtube.com/ESPN1320 says, KC and D'Lo, the roster is an issue. Yes. How can the front office evaluate the roster when Walton has been misusing half the players and doing nothing to maximize talent? Why is this never seen as an issue? That's from the chatty house there on YouTube. You're shaking your head for those who can't see.
Yeah, Jay Cliff just wants validation that Luke Walton is the problem. And there's takes like that I just, all right, Jay Cliff. Like, because there's nothing I can tell you that isn't, yeah, Luke Walton is the problem. That's going to suffice what he's got to say.
I would
That's
ask
not a real question. That's not a real conversation we're having. So you just want me to say Luke Walton is the problem and he needs to be fired. So that's what I just said. You heard it.
But here we'll change a word, and it's barely a word. It is a word. I think it's called something else, but I'm not smart enough to tell you what it is. Let's just change the to a.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Walton is the problem. Luke Walton is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And he was correct in his earlier assessment. Jay Cliff was there on that message he sent us. The roster is the problem as well. This team has problems.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke is searching to find the answer, and he can't find it. And part of the reason he can't find it is because what did we say? What did we say at the beginning of the season? Boy, if De'Aaron had just been De'Aaron, where would this team have 3, 4, 5 more wins? Team be undefeated. They never lost.
Never lost.
That's where they'd be. Okay, well, now De'Aaron is he's kicking up. He's hulking out a little bit. A little bit. But now my man HB's going 3 for 10. Now Tyrese Halliburton is scoring 7 points in 34 minutes.
Can't happen.
So De'Aaron is playing better offensively, but suddenly the rest of the offense is going to hell. It took 17 shots for Buddy to get to 16 points. There's a disconnect here somewhere.
Davis. He's out of the rotation. Remember that was supposed to be like, this wild card off the bench, Buddy and Terrence and all this other stuff. No.
And you brought this up earlier, and we should probably dive into this a little bit further before we give away these Kings tickets at the top of the 2:00 hour. Talked about, we the conversation started with saying Luke Walton is searching for something. Like he doesn't. I don't mean this in the sense of he's incompetent. I mean, Luke doesn't know what he's doing, and in the fact that he can't figure out what works.
Mm-hmm.
Terrence Davis didn't work. He couldn't get anything to fall. He got out there one game. Oh, good. Okay, looked all right in that one. I think that was Charlotte. Everybody looked all right against Charlotte. Didn't get much run after that. Yeah, Mo Harkless. Oh, I was asking. I feel like this is a problem, guys. Nah, Mo's steady. He does a lot of things right. Luke Walton was like, nah, need more from that. I'm going to put Chimezie Metu in there. He can stretch it a little bit more than Mo Harkless can. Stretch the floor a little bit. Okay. All right. Work Mo Harkless in somewhere else. Nah. We're going to go Marvin instead. Oh, word. Okay. So now we've gone from benching Terrence Davis and Mo Harkless to throwing Marvin Bagley in the rotation. This isn't shade on Marvin Bagley. This is just to look at, okay, here's where we are. This is full desperation mode for Luke Walton, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what obviously the desired outcome is winning games, but he's trying to create a meal, right? He's in the kitchen. He doesn't have a recipe. He's cooking on feel, which is a good thing. Cook on feel sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But he put too much garlic in it, so now he's kind of counteracted with the lemon pepper. Oh, but he overdid that. Now he's just trying something else. Now he's just throwing stuff onto his meal, and it tastes like crap. He's ruining Thanksgiving dinner. That's what Luke Walton is doing with all his messing around here. He's ruining Thanksgiving dinner. And he can't find the answer. He can't find the right recipe. So he keeps trying things out that aren't working. And now the chicken is dry. So he had this perfect piece of chicken in Harrison Barnes, and now it's just dry. It ain't getting you nothing anymore. It's just a mess. Like nothing is coming together. First it was De'Aaron. Now seemingly it's everybody else. No one played good last night. De'Aaron played well offensively. He had some defensive possessions in the end that are frustrating, but I don't look at that game. I'm not coming out of that game last night going, man, De'Aaron's whack, yo.
Right.
I'm not coming out of that game feeling that way. But when you look at where the team is at, you look to who we were told was the head of the snake. That's where we're going to start. We're looking at De'Aaron, even though De'Aaron played relatively well last night, particularly on the offensive end. So I don't know how you fix this crappy ass Thanksgiving dinner that Luke Walton is trying to throw together on the fly. Maybe he don't have the right ingredients, or maybe he's a bad cook.
Yeah.
Or maybe both.
Out of the kitchen. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Like I said, you got
a dumbass analogy.
That was really good. I really pictured somebody messing up and just throwing a bunch of flavors on there.
I've done it. I'm trying to fix this somehow. Like, nah, it's gone to hell, man. Throw it in the garbage and go get some takeout. Rick Ross coming on the show in an hour. Go get some Wingstop, fam. Go to Thigh Stop and just call it a day.
Yeah.
Feed your guests and shut up.
But it's got to be on, and maybe for those that didn't hear, because apparently there were some people who didn't hear it last night and they heard it for the first time today. Maybe we run back some of the stuff Tristan said, but
it's a power record, baby.
Yeah, it's 2:00. So in the next 7 minutes, I guarantee you're going to hear a soundbite from Tristan Thompson. But it starts with those guys in the locker room, man, for better or for worse. And what I say about this is just how I look at things. What I say about the 49ers and what they played on Monday, and people were trying to say that was the best game Kyle Shanahan has coached in a long time, and he looked good. And if we can get that, and I said, no, Damian, no, Sam, we're not doing that. Because when I told you guys when things were going bad, it started with those players, and it wasn't necessarily Kyle's fault. When it's going good, it starts with them executing and doing what they're supposed to do before we get to the coach. And it's the same thing here. Luke Waltons, if the Kings turn it around and win 7 of their next 10, I'm just throwing out a number. It's not going to be because, in my opinion, Luke Walton did much of anything. That's not the case. It's going to be those guys in the locker room kind of got themselves together, got on the same page, and decided to turn this thing around themselves. That's where these things begin and start, in my opinion. That doesn't mean coaching doesn't matter. That doesn't mean Luke Walton doesn't have a hand in it when it goes good or bad, because he does. But it really starts with these guys, man, and they've got to figure something out.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Berish and Ricky Rose going to join us less than an hour from now, the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Rick and Brett will be with us for the second time, and we're going to have some fun. We're going to be commercial free for that entire 3 o'clock hour. We'll be commercial free on the live stream. We'll be commercial free on the radio. We'll be commercial free everywhere. And we've got tickets for you right now to check out the Sacramento Kings, our beloved Sacramento Kings. You have the opportunity to see them live in person against Portland on Wednesday, the 24th. So we've got those tickets for you right now. Caller number 3 at 916-349-1320, and we'll get you all set up again. That's 916-349-1320, and we'll send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Portland on Wednesday. And you've been calling for it all day. It's the top requested soundbite. It's Tristan Thompson live from Minneapolis.
The hot 888.
It's the hot 888. Here's your number 2 song. Instantly, number 2 and number 1 are both by the same artist. Number 2, Tristan Thompson here with his new cut, Needing a Coach to Motivate You.
I'm gonna say this. I think no man in this world should rely on another man to inspire them. Point blank player. You could put that in all capitals. Me personally, no one should ever need a coach to inspire you. If you don't get inspired in the game, then you shouldn't be on the court. Losing teams, losing players, you need to get inspiration from your coach. And I'm not with that. My teammates better not be. My teammates aren't with it because I know guys want to win and they want to win badly. So it's not about Coach Walton inspiring you. This is not no freaking glory road. No, you got to be ready to play. Your number's called you in the damn game. I don't need no coach to inspire me. Never that, never have, never will. The day I need a coach to inspire me is the day I'm tired. I'm going to go play with my kids in the park. So I speak for my teammates with that quote. So we don't need no coach to inspire us. I know Towns is a good player, but, we had a game plan for him. And, yes, you want to force him left, but if he gets right, your teammates got to have your back. You got to help your team. It's the same way where if I get beat and I want my teammate to be there, I got to be there for him. That's part of being on a string, and that's how you build a defensive mentality. And the league is hard. It's hard to win. We don't have the luxury of having, that go-to guy like a LeBron, a Kawhi, or a PG, or a Jason Tatum, or Luka. We got to win collectively. So those little things, like with Towns or even with Anthony Edwards, we got to shrink and show bodies and make them second guess the move they're about to make.
It's the number 2 song right there on the top 2 at 2 right there from Tristan Thompson.
I don't need a coach.
That's what it's called. Yeah, it's Tristan Thompson's new hit. I don't need a coach to motivate me.
It's Tristan Thompson's hit. This ain't no Glory Road plank.
Radio edit. Shout out to Mac Dre. Too hard for the radio right there. With that as we wrap up the top 2 at 2 here, the number 1 requested song of the day. It's Tristan Thompson's new hit that's sweeping Kings Nation. It's called Frustration.
I think everyone's frustrated. I think for me, the player I am is, energy, effort, hard work, punch the clock in. So of course I'm gonna be frustrated because I know what this team is capable of, and that's because I care. At the end of the day, I care. I want to win, and I care about my teammates, and I know what we can be. So the frustration is from a place of love and a place of tough love, but also because I know where we can be. If I thought this team was or had no potential, then I probably wouldn't feel the way I feel. But I know what this team is capable of. I know these kids, everyone, I'm not going to call guys kids because they're grown men, but I know each and every guy, their heart is in the right place and they want to win. Every guy in there wants to win. You know it. You see it in their eyes. I've been on teams that you see quitters, you see losers, just straight out losers. But this team has guys that want to win and want to do something special for this city. It's just we just got to come together and we just got to really learn from those mistakes and really make sure we make it a priority. And it's all of us. Me too. There was a time in the game where, maybe I should have pulled over or gave a hard foul. Like we're all at fault here, from the top to the bottom. We're all at fault. We're in this together. It's no man on an island, and we ride the wave together. But also, if we're gonna sit together and we get out of there.
It's the most requested song of the day, right there. Tristan Thompson, Frustration.
Tristan Thompson.
Imagine this, man. The thing that we're most hyped about all week is a Tristan Thompson soundbite after a loss.
Man, that is sad. That is sad.
And you know what? Like, as I was listening to Tristan right there, I'm looking at some notes that we put on our rundown, and it's like, this team is 3 games under 500. It's frustrating that this felt like an opportunity to do something, like De'Aaron.
Really big missed opportunity. Obviously, going into it with you don't want to look at who you're playing and shit like that, but we had a chance to do better on this road trip. But like I said, we had the lead in 3 of the 4 games that we played, and we only won 1 of them.
If this was Ebro's old segment, bump it or dump it, I think the crew would call to dump that one. But they all know, and De'Aaron talked about it for 13 seconds. Luke Walton, Tristan Thompson talked about it for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. This was a missed opportunity for this team. And that's the part that I think is frustrating Kings fans the most. It's not like they went into a healthy Los Angeles and then another healthy Los Angeles and then a healthy Phoenix and a healthy Golden State and came back 1-3. It was against teams that, as Tristan Thompson talked about, some of these teams are pissed. Damn it, we beat the Kings. Can y'all knock it off? Stop doing that. The teams that are frustrated that they won. He outlined, a bonus cut. We'll hit that one for you later. He's talking about, the different franchises, and it's like it's what the 3-0 road trip represent. Like, you couldn't even beat bad teams. But again, they're 3 games under 500, which long haul, bad. But I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be the optimistic guy. I'm just trying to be kind of centered and realistic here. It's not the end of the world.
No.
I honest to God don't know what the freaking answer is. I don't know if it's Luke. I feel like Luke is grasping for straws, and that's the part that worries me. We talk a lot about straws on this show, and I don't know why. But Luke is just grasping for them. Like, he's trying to figure out what works. And right now, over the last stretch of games, nothing is working.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And I'll piggyback on, the positivity a little bit, or I don't know if it's positivity, but just not being doom and gloom. It was exactly what they said it was. What we said it was. It was an opportunity. It wasn't the season on the line. It wasn't, you're eliminated if you don't go 3-1 here. It was an opportunity, and they failed to take advantage of the opportunity. So now they're going to have to make it up against tough teams.
Yeah,
that's what it means. Like, they're going to have to win some games that not. You're okay with losing, but if you had the Utah game checked off as a loss, you're gonna have to turn that into a win. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have to turn Lakers game after Thanksgiving into a win. You know what I mean? That's kind of what that what that means. There's still a lot of season left. Part of me looks at it, and I'm glad we have this conversation. If you're Tristan Thompson and you're talking to the media or you're talking to your teammates, have this now. Like, don't get out of this moment without saying that, right? And what I mean by that is like 15 games into the season, right after the Minnesota loss, you had this conversation, as opposed to 30 games into the season, you lose against the Jazz, or because I'm sure they'll play them another 10 times like they've already had. And then you're like, it goes back to when we had the 4-game losing streak and we didn't. Well, if you didn't say anything after the 4-game losing streak, you just kind of let it fester. And Tristan said, no. This is unacceptable today, right now. And there's still time. There's still time to achieve your goals, man. It really is. I know it feels doom and gloom. It feels like something that we've seen before, and I understand all that. But there's still time to achieve your goals, and you've got to snap back into it now if you're the Sacramento Kings. And that means winning games that are going to be tough. Like, you're going to have to find a way to win against the Raptors and the Jazz and the Sixers in Portland. You got to win some of those games.
Yeah.
Tough, but you got to find it.
You're only 6.5 games back from the Golden State Warriors. So
you're only a half game out of your goal.
Well, right. And the problem is it's Oklahoma City that's ahead of you. Like, fellas, like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? And that is the greater frustration. Because look at this road trip. They went 1-3. 10 on down is the Thunder, the Kings, the Timberwolves, and the Spurs. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Step out. We'll come back. We're going to be problem free in about 45 minutes when we pop this bottle of Bumbu right here. And Brett Berish and Rick Ross join us on the stream coming up. That's at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk more Kings. We'll open the phone lines back up. And hey, we've got more tracks from Tristan Thompson's latest album, Frustrated in Minnesota. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, no show, but you can do what you got to do. Ramsey, that is maybe the worst take you've ever had. Bruno Mars he's a legend already. 24 Karat Magic, one of the great albums in recent memory. It really was. Kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't this big Bruno fan before that. I did not like him, but 24 Karat Magic, I said, geez, this shit is fire. Fire. We're gonna, Dr. David, we'll get because typically on Thursdays, I'm not sure what's going on, so we'll talk about that. Demetrius Andrade fights tomorrow, I think. So we'll preview, definitely preview Bud and Porter and everything going on in the boxing this weekend. Yeah, man, no skips whatsoever. Like that was about as good of an album that I've heard in the last 10 years. It was that perfect. All right, Ramsey. Ramsey, block yourself. Okay? Block yourself now. Ooh, you're so sweet, so fine, so fine. They bodied that. Skate is a banger too. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen because as long as none of them PBC guys are fighting on no app. For better or for worse, whatever, they ain't fighting on no app. So if they don't figure that out, it ain't happening. All right. Yeah, he's not brave at all. Well, will be brave. This is walking around weight. It's not like he cuts weight to get to 168. He walks around at 200 probably, especially with all the steaks he eats. So, yeah, no, he's the brave thing would be fighting David Benavidez. That would be the brave thing. Canelo? He might. I don't. It comes off as shade. I understand. I don't mean it as shade. He ain't never fighting David Benavidez. That is just a bad. I don't think anybody beats. I love Charlo. I like Charlo way better. I don't know if Charlo beats David Benavidez. What he's able to do as far as taking punches and giving them at the same time. I don't know, man. I don't know who beats that dude. He's a monster. I did not know that, Brad. Who are they? Well, Mark Long knew that. I didn't know that. Do you know who the producers are that produce 24 Karat Magic and Silk Sonic? From Sacramento?
I didn't know that.
Ramsey's in here talking about how Bruno is trash. And I said 24 Karat Magic is one of the, it's maybe the, for me, for my genre, it's one of the best albums in the last decade. It was flawless.
Let's go. Let's go 28 and 55. Let's just knock this other break out early.
It's the way that I love you.
Okay. Man, I'm excited. I don't want to let Black Bottles 916 down. It's a Blue Thursday over here. I was waiting. I was waiting to see if you were gonna. Yeah, it is.
What I had to know this song.
I was waiting to see if he was gonna do it. Drop them Drake bars.
Let it go. But here goes nothing.
No Drake bars today.
Oh man, I was ready too. I had a bar in there too. I had a line in there that was gonna be fire. I was ready to go, but they couldn't win. I mean, the reason why I'm not saying it because I might still use it, but it would have been better today.
Did it have something to do with like Minnesota and Prince and Paisley Park or something?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just saying.
It had a little. It was Brett and Rick. They were involved in the bars.
Okay, I'm with it. Rick Ross and Brett Berish join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll hope you'll tune in on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You know, we always try to pull the curtain back for you and kind of let you know what's going on with us. This hour, this 2 o'clock hour, is going to be a little bit different than normal. So we'll have like a couple of short conversations here, take a break, we'll come back, longer conversation, take a break at a time we normally don't do, and then we're going to be commercial free for the 3 o'clock hour. I recognize most of you don't care about that type of stuff, but if you hear rocking with us, you know we always pull the curtain back and man try to share what's going on with you. So we appreciate you being with us, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or listening on Odyssey or 1320 AM for sure. We've been trying to fix the Kings problems all day long here. No, absolutely nothing is going on in the sports world. Nothing else of note at all. We're just trying to fix our Sacramento Kings. And here's the great news. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into it. And we've accomplished nothing.
Not a damn
We haven't fixed anything.
Not a damn thing.
We've chose to not go off the I'm not a Luke Walton fan. I'm not. I don't know that firing him right now is the right call, though. But I don't know that not firing him is the right call. Like, I don't agree. Here, I'll say this, and we'll talk to James tomorrow. I don't agree with something James Ham said, and I think you echoed this a minute ago because other people were talking about it. That Luke is like the beginning. Like, if you fire Luke, that's the beginning of, all right, forget it. Like we're basically ending the season. I told you I thought Luke Walton was desperate right now and he's searching for something. if Monty fires Luke, and if he does, like he does, but if Monty fires Luke, now Monty's searching for something. And either way, I feel like we lose.
Oh, all the time.
Like we're the ones who are losing out of all of this. Kings fans are the ones that are losing out of all of this because it's like, okay, either the coach is desperately searching for something, trying to figure something out, or the general manager is desperately searching for something and trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And it's
meanwhile, we're investing our time and our dollars into this team, just asking you to go 2-2 on a road trip.
That's it. And it's just so disappointing, Damian. Like it is so disappointing that this is the case, not year in and year out, but so early too. We're 13, 15 games in. Right. And people are already, there are people who are like, this is hopeless. Like this isn't going to work. Blow it up. All this other stuff, man. And it's fan base, it's been said before, but it's true. Fan base, they deserve a little better than this, man. And I don't even mean that in a disparaging way to those players, because they want to win. I don't think anybody's questioning that. Like these guys are professional athletes. They've got a certain level of pride too. They want to win. So it's not that they're trying to lose, but are they doing everything they need to do to make sure they win? There's a difference between nobody's trying to lose and exhausting everything that you have to make sure that you win some of these games. You can do that against the Nets and still lose. Like we get that, but there's times in teams that you go against where you leave a lot on the table. You leave a lot of meat on the bone. And that's when it gets really frustrating.
Let's hear from you. 916-349-1320. Let's go to our man, Craig. Craig, what's happening?
Yo, what's happening, fellas? How we doing today?
We all right, man. We hanging in there. What's going on with you?
Oh, it's just another day in the King's paradise we live, one day at a time.
That's it. One day at a time, brother. One day at a time.
So I wanted to chime in. I've been listening to the whole show today, and we're talking like get rid of Luke, or let's see what Monty want to do, or let's look at some trades. And you guys talked about the trade machine, but maybe we take it a little further in the sense of start questioning where our leadership roles are at higher up within the chain of command. Like, I'm not questioning Monty, he's still new, but maybe as an owner of the vet, I realize most sports owners, they kind of own a team as a recreational thing. They didn't make their money on owning a team. So maybe that lack of leadership and that desire to win and get the right things we need to fix, maybe that could be an issue that we need to look at as well, if not this season, but going forward. But I mean, it's got to start somewhere, right? Some sort of leadership and accountability, and it's got to have a desire throughout the whole entire culture of the organization, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you, but what are we going to do about it? This is the owner of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, just this is my opinion, Craig. I think most sports owners own a team as a recreational hobby.
Yeah,
there are some that don't. I don't believe Mark Davis does. This is Mark Davis. Like this is Mark Davis's income. This is Mark Davis's job is to be the Raiders owner. I think most sports teams owners, this ain't their bag. They didn't make their money being a sports team.
The money somewhere,
right?
To be able
right. Now some take it very seriously. Jerry takes it very seriously. There's no question about that. What are the Cowboys worth? Like $4 billion? I think Jerry's got other businesses that make more money than the Dallas Cowboys do.
I will say this about Jerry: has it turned into not his primary moneymaker, but like his primary focus? Like he didn't
probably his focus because he's so desperate for a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it's probably because of that. Because they've been.
Poor guy cried.
Did Jerry cry?
Yeah,
T.O. style. I don't remember. Oh, he did cry. That's right.
So badly. I just want to get back so badly.
All right. Well, anyways, I don't know how you make changes that high. I don't know how you like look at the leadership of the Sacramento Kings and go, Vivek's a problem. Like too damn bad. Yeah. And by the way, I don't think Vivek is it. I don't look to like, why did the Kings lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves? Vivek. Yeah, that's not that wasn't where I was.
And that's where I was gonna go as well, because I understand and subscribe to that theory of things starting at the top.
Sure.
And front offices and things of that nature ultimately being why teams can't, achieve their goals. But typically, Damian, that's reserved for like championships. You know what I'm saying? Like when you talk about 8th seed and playing games, like you just mentioned, whether or not Vivek or anybody else in the front office is doing this or that, that has nothing to do with a turnover made in the third quarter last night. You know what I mean? Like these guys, not boxing out, not getting in a defensive stance. Like I don't think those two are directly related in that sense. And I'll also go the same way I go with like the coaching situation. And that's, for that individual player, there should be a level of personal pride that trumps, the owner of the team or the head coach. Like I say it all the time, your name's on the test. Like you're out there. You're out there in a Kings uniform in the highlights and under the lights so everybody can see you. You playing bad isn't a reflection on Vivek Ranadive. That's a reflection on, I'm just throwing out a name, on you, Harrison Barnes. You know what I mean? Or Tyrese Halliburton. That's a reflection on you not playing bad. You know what I mean? So I get it. I understand. But, I think there's a couple of levels before you get to that ultimately.
Yeah. I'm with you there. As I mentioned, we're going to do a couple of things different here in this 2 o'clock hour. That way we can go commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour. One of those things is we're going to step out right now. We're going to just knock these commercial breaks out of the way so we could go commercial free. So we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings, a couple of other things. It's Thursday. Football starts tonight. What's the game tonight?
It is
that I'll forget to pick
in New England. I think I forgot all the last week.
Yeah,
yikes!
So did I.
It brings up that game though. Brings up something interesting that I saw, and I want to ask you about as we just for a second don't talk about the Kings.
Okay, you ask me that next here when we return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So the next one's 50. Okay, so the next one's 55, right? Oh, okay, 56 is fine. Yeah, whatever. Let's go old school WCW style and get 55. Get us back in here at 59. Shot. I just realized when I went downstairs, that I got this bumbo that I'm ready to open, and I just down those juices and shots, and it's like, oh, it's gonna be a weird contrast of taste. Oh man. I mean, you're not wrong, Rob. I noticed. It's true. Everyone except Mark Davis. Man, you be posting some heat there on Twitter, man. There's some hot sneakers you tying with the D'Lo and Casey brand, man. We appreciate it. That's good stuff. Head over to DloandCasey.com right now and get your gear 30% off, baby. 30% off. DloandCasey.com. Stop screen sharing because we got company on the way. Let's see. Stop. Nah, man, no rocks for me. I really do want some champagne tonight, but I'm gonna go this route just because I'd have to go get the champagne at 55 and don't want to risk, Rick and Brett signing in. So I'll just pour this, when they join us. Because if you were with us last time, they were toasting all throughout the show, and we didn't have nothing to toast. So we're like, let's go ahead and grab a little something that we could toast with them and keep it moving. Keep it moving. telling you, man, we got him before the Breakfast Club. We got him before everybody and promote this album. We've been working on this for a while. We were, I think we've told you we were going to have Wiz Khalifa on, but Black Bottles 916 was like, maybe we just stay with Rick. And we love having Rick and Brett on. Wiz can be a little harder to lock down, but with Rick and Brett, like they know we doing this here at 3:00, and it's, we're ready to rock. So oh, shout out to Barry Axius listening to the show.
Barry was
right on,
good.
Barry. That's good stuff.
Barry, last time I saw him a little while ago, a month or so ago, still out here doing good stuff, man.
Always.
In the community, man. Big ups to Barry, man.
Always. Man, that dude walks the walk.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure.
Great call. Gotta get paid. We gotta get paid. That's Mando. They threw me off last week with that with the talent one.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I was getting it last time. I did.
Yeah.
I said, what?
That threw me off too. Mine was awfully slim.
Man, it was beans and rice for 2 weeks.
Rick Ross and Sovereign Brand CEO going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We will be commercial free for that entire hour. Make your plans to be with us. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can listen on the radio and the Odyssey app as well. You had teased something. Oh, I think it was tonight's game, Atlanta and New England.
Yeah. So, and this is something that, this is kind of on the fly, but it was very interesting, and I wanted to maybe get your take. So, Atlanta versus New England today. We all know what that means. 28-3 is always forever going to be synonymous with Falcons versus Patriots. Came out with an article on ESPN.com. What is every team's worst loss ever? And I went straight to the Niners one. And matter of fact, you're not a Niner aficionado like I am. I understand that. But what do you think it might be?
Is it the Cowboys NFC Championship?
No, that was bad. That was another Super Bowl we should have won.
Oh,
like I said, I think
you're up to like 40 now, but that's good.
I think we're about 10.
And get Kenny's logic, the 49ers have won every Super Bowl that's ever existed.
I'm just saying we should have 10.
Yeah.
Realistically,
no, you're
we
up to like
13.
10. You're up to like 13.
Well, I mean, if people want to get to 13, I mean, there was years where, somebody gets hurt, and, if they don't get hurt, we probably get in there. I'm not even counting.
And that doesn't happen to any other team except for the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm not even counting those.
Okay.
But that's the chat before I say it. The chat. We got, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Oh, Giants 49-3. No, that wasn't it. The Eagles game in 94. No, that was a bad one. That's when Steve Young cursed out George Seifert for taking him out the game.
Was it the Ravens Super Bowl?
No, wasn't the Ravens Super Bowl.
Really? Where they didn't just okay.
That's another Super Bowl we should have won.
Right.
But
of course.
D3500. Oh no, I don't think that was the case. Maybe it was. But either way, it was the 1990 NFC champion. Ramsey's on it. They had the game where Montana got taken out.
Okay.
Niners were going for 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's done it before or since. And they had the lead. And Roger Craig fumbles with about a minute to go. And the Giants, who did not score a touchdown in that game, they kicked all 5 field goals, and you lost the NFC Championship game. That's the toughest one. That's for people of a certain age, that's definitely the toughest one. The Seahawks game is a killer. The Ravens Super Bowl is a killer for sure. That last Super Bowl, man. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Was that last Super Bowl tougher than the Ravens one?
I think so.
Really? Oh,
I think
okay.
so.
Well, okay. All right. I defer to you.
Because you had them 3rd and 15 with 5 minutes to go in the game. You know he was gonna get. What I say on Monday?
Don't get worked up. Don't get too worked up.
I told you,
Yeah.
McVay, they just gonna get thirsty and just launch. And I said the same thing about Patrick Mahomes, and he did that.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get the pick.
Yep.
Most of was held on the play. We know that.
Of course.
Damn. So yeah, that is what they have. The Niners' worst loss.
Okay.
You know what the Cowboys is?
Atlanta's has to be the Super Bowl, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
for sure.
Okay.
All
right.
That's the reason for the season here.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Worst loss for the Dallas Cowboys.
You're not gonna get this one, although you might.
Is it old? Like, is it old? I would have.
Yeah, you might get it though.
If it's old, probably not. Because I'm thinking Giants. There's let's see. There's the Giants interception at the end of the game. There's
Which
the
one was
Seahawks.
that?
They were
one, or
13 and 3. No,
Okay.
yeah, they were 13 and 3. The
I remember
divisional
that.
round
Yeah,
had a
okay.
bye that week. Tanked the 17th week of the season.
Is that when he went
16th
with
week
Jessica
of the-
Simpson somewhere, or was that regular
Yeah,
season?
that's in. Yeah, that was Cabo. Yeah, they did it. They did it the week off because they had won the division. They went to Cabo. Yeah.
Wow.
Jessica Simpson, Tony Romo, Jason Witten. It was the boat trip before the boat trip was a thing. It was the boat trip to Miami and Tim's and sneakers before it was a thing.
Man, stay home in that playoffs.
And then Dez caught it. Those are the only.
The ESPN goes with Ice Bowl.
Okay.
1967 NFL championship game at Lambeau. What was they say? Minus 15 degrees, minus 48-degree wind chill factor. The Ice Bowl. But they do mention Dez caught it, and they mention 2016 Aaron Rodgers 3rd and 20.
Oh, yeah. Goodness
was
gracious. Dude's incredible.
Yeah.
Don't like him. He's incredible.
Yeah.
I don't know
gotta
that
go through that, man.
that Romo one, the muff punt, that
was crazy. Seattle.
They would have won the Super Bowl. Like there was no dominant team. I think the Cowboys were the best team left, like in the play. Was that the Seahawks versus the Steelers? Was
it that year?
It was a garbage Super Bowl. They would have won.
It was big time.
They would have won the Super Bowl.
John brings up the question because we do have some Bears fans in the house. They have the Super Bowl against the Colts as being their worst loss.
Okay. Rex.
I barely remember that game. I just remember Devin Hester, Rex Grossman. I remember Devin Hester. I remember Prince, and that's about it.
Yeah, Prince. That game was not cool. That was not a good game. Wasn't it raining? Oh, of course it was raining.
Mm-hmm.
Prince made it rain. 916-349-1320. Let's get Larry in here. Larry, what's happening?
Hey guys, I've been listening to you guys for like 3 or 4 months. I picked you up by accident.
Oh.
And I live over here in Woodland, California.
All
A
right.
lot of fans listen to you guys.
Thanks,
you guys
man.
are great, man.
Thank you, Larry.
49ers and Kings, those are my teams.
My man.
But getting back to the 49ers real quick, you guys weren't around. The worst, I want to shout out to all the 49er fans out there in the early 70s. This is the all-timer. Our first chance to go to the Super Bowl. 1972, I seemed like I was there. I was a teenager. 49ers and the Cowboys, Candlestick Park, the chance to go to the Super Bowl, and the 49ers had a 24-7 lead going into the fourth quarter. Yeah, and the Cowboys decided to put some young kid, I'm sure you've heard of him, named Roger Staubach.
I've heard of that guy.
He came back and he led them to it was 27 to 20. No, it was 24 to 21. I think at one. The Niners still had it, Then with like a minute to go, the Cowboys' last grass was a kick, an onside kick.
Wow.
And some guy named Preston Riley, I'll never forget that name. I don't know if he's still alive or not. He never returned to San Francisco at that. He muffed the onside kick. Staubach drove him down 27-24. Half the fans were riding on the buses. It was the worst.
Hey, Larry.
John Brody. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question real quick before we lose you. So I'm not really familiar with that game. Is something like that in that particular game, in that moment, is that what made the catch even more special?
Absolutely. I was going to bring that. I said, Dad, we finally got him. In 1982, we jumped up about 20,000. I don't care if we go to the Super Bowl. We beat the Cowboys. They're sitting on their knees in the end zone, and the cops in the background were jumping up and down. That was revenge. Oh, that was not just for that game. That was for 1972. I reach out to all you 49er fans. You know what I'm talking about. So if you don't believe me, just check with them.
Yeah.
And it was the most worst day of my life. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't go to school. It was terrible. It was terrible. People were throwing their cushions. John Brody had a chance to go to his first Super Bowl ever. Dick Nolan was the head coach. I'm a 49er big fanatic. I went to Kezar and Candlestick, everything.
You the man,
I know
Larry.
all that stuff. I'll never forget that day. That's the worst day of my life. But then they made up with it with some guy named Joe Montana.
My man.
There you go.
But
My
that's
man,
it, man. Thanks a lot,
good
guys.
stuff right there.
See you later.
That is good stuff right there.
Ooh, that sounds like a tragic day. They 24/7 in the fourth quarter to go to the Super Bowl. Damn.
He still feel it.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
my man still feel it.
I say all the time. Well, hell, you see me when I talk about the Super Bowl. I say all the time, when it comes to fandom, they're like getting stitches. You heal, but the scar is always going to be there. Scar is always going to be there. You ain't never getting rid of the scar. I'm gonna be like Larry in about 20 years about that Super Bowl.
Dude, you're like Larry now. You're like Larry now about some like the Giants when you were like 7.
Yeah, the damn A's, they got us in the Bay Bridge series. I was crying. I saw Jose Uribe in the dugout, and I was like, yo, man, I'm just sick right now. 6-year-old KC was sick. I've been waiting for that get back ever since, but they can't get back to the promised land. They can't get back to the World Series. I want my get back. We didn't got back 3 times. Where you at, A's fans?
Okay. All right. Well, they'll be in Las Vegas soon enough. 916. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. Nobody wants that.
It is what it is, though.
I mean, 916-349-1320. Let's get to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call.
Good, man.
I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, and for 18 years, and the fun part is that I'm not even born in Sacramento. I became a Sacramento Kings, waking up early in the morning when I lived in Italy to watch the team. And when the opportunity I had to move to Sacramento, I was like so excited, and like every other fan every year, like, oh, we'll make it to the playoffs. This is a good year. This is a good year. And here we are again after 13 games. We watched some very painful games, especially in the last 4 months. But my question that I had for you guys is, do you think Fox is our superstar that is going to take us to the next level? Is he the perfect fit for Sacramento? And after your answer, I had another proposition to make. So I want to hear your opinion. What do you think?
Okay. That's the combo. Is Fox the guy to take us to the next step, to take us to the next spot? Jeez.
I don't know, man. I'm not. So the next spot, playing postseason, I think yes, he can do that. I do.
Yeah, I guess like what? Again, as Kings fans, we're talking bare minimum, right? Like we asked the team to go 500 on a road trip in which they were playing bad teams. In fact, I said going 500 on this road trip would be a disappointment. You needed to go 3-1. Well, imagine my surprise when they can't even get to disappointment level. They have to actually go below it.
Tragic.
Be 1-3. De'Aaron can get this team to the postseason, in my opinion.
I think he can too.
But can De'Aaron get the team any further than that? I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't believe.
I mean,
and we talked about
he can't get this roster.
No,
and that's I don't know that that's entirely his fault, but I don't know that he could get this roster to the next.
But we talked about this too, and maybe this is stalling De'Aaron out and all this other stuff, but there aren't a lot of guys like that. We talk about the guys that they talk about: SGA, Ja, Trey, and De'Aaron Fox on the same. None of those guys can be the best player on a NBA contending team. I don't believe. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not necessarily, I know it comes off that way and it feels that way. I get it. But it's not necessarily an indictment on Fox to be like, he can't get us to that next level. Because as you pointed out, Damian, it's like 5 of those guys, 5 to 7 of those guys. Now get the Kings to the playoffs. I believe he can do that. I really do. But I mean, he's got to show something right now because we're going on 3 years of not even being able to get into a play-in situation. And that's not okay. Like all those other guys, they've been able to do it. SGA, that's a little wonky because he had Chris Paul there when he was able to do it. When he's by himself, the team struggles. But Ja was able to do it. Trey was able to do it. You can say SGA was able to do it as well. Fox got to find a way, man.
I mean, does this conversation continue? And this is a genuine question, and I'm open to everybody's thought on this. Does this conversation continue? Because again, De'Aaron wasn't bad last night. It was far from it. But with our expectations being what they are, and for whatever reason, De'Aaron being dubbed the head of the snake. Do we just constantly look at De'Aaron when this team loses now? Like if De'Aaron's going, I don't know. I still have the box score in front of me. I don't know what his assist total was last night. Probably lower than most would like. It's at 5, but he was 6 of 8 from the free throw line, 2 of 5 from 3, 10 of 20 from the field. He had 28 points last night. If he's 28-5, but the team is losing, are we staying on the train of this is De'Aaron's fault?
I'll answer it like this, and give me a second because I want to make sure I got this accurate right here.
You want to go to Kamara first?
Sure, we can. Oh no, I got it.
Kamara, high price lawyer in Orlando, can only hold for what, like 10 seconds? Okay, Kamara, I see you. All right.
If De'Aaron is 28-5, will we still say it's his fault? Do we say things in Minnesota or Karl Anthony Towns' fault? He's 23-8 every night. And we're like, maybe he ain't it. And they lose.
Yeah, I think we do. We look at Karl Anthony Towns. Yep.
And then
we sure do.
And then you got people listening to the Real Ones podcast last week with our guy Logan and Raja Bell. And Raja's like, look, man. And I think Jerry Reynolds said that. A lot of people have said this before. On bad teams, somebody got to score. Even the bad teams are averaging 99 points a game or something like that. So they got to get the points from somewhere. And I'm not saying, I don't think De'Aaron is this big numbers on a bad team type player. But if it continued and they're losing, that's got to come into question. It's got to.
Okay. Understandable. Just asking. I'm a broadcast journalist.
I know people like to say I'm jumping off the bandwagon. I'm just asking the question and coming up with thoughts.
That wasn't people. That was a person. 916-349-1320. Let's grab Joe. Joe, what's happening, man?
Hey, y'all. Thanks for taking the call.
You bet.
Appreciate it, Joe.
So, Fox, is it just me or does he seem not like him the last 2 years? Like, when's the last time you seen him dunk?
De'Aaron,
That drive is like the drive when he goes to the rim. He's looking for the contact. He's getting his. Well, he's not getting all the counts, but like the finishing just doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you, man. And I know he put up a lot of big numbers last year, and he played phenomenal last year in the COVID season. But I haven't seen him a level of aggression consistently from De'Aaron Fox since the Jaeger year. I feel like there was a different level consistently. Like he was just coming at you, right?
You don't think he did that last year at the end of that end of last year?
A little bit, but it was a little more. How do I put it? It was a little more grown up, right? It was a little more cerebral. It wasn't this imposing of his will on a game with his speed and athleticism. It wasn't that. And I don't care how it happens. Like if he gives me 25 to 28 points again this year, I'll take my chances with that. Yeah. But he's not this guy that, is looking to, dunk on somebody's head or attacking the basket in the open court with a level of ferocity. He's not that anymore. I don't know if that's part of the plan. I don't know if that's gone forever or whatever, but he's not that same guy anymore.
Are you more concerned about De'Aaron moving forward or the roster as a whole moving forward?
Oh, that's a great question.
Thank you.
It's a great question. My first instinct is to say De'Aaron, because I
really,
because I need him. If I still have belief in what I think he could be, he's got to get to 25, 28 and 8-9 assists, and I got a concern if he can do that.
So
I don't know if he can do that.
So okay, let me not assume, and let me ask a second question. Then do you believe in the roster
moving forward? How though? Because I haven't seen enough to be like, yo, this roster's not good enough to make the play and contend for a playoff spot. I still believe that this roster is good enough for that. I think they're underachieving.
So if let's try this. If De'Aaron Fox regularly, if De'Aaron Fox 28-5, this is what he had last night in a loss, 28-5. His he had a big output against San Antonio, a big loss against San Antonio. He puts up those numbers. Roster stays exactly the same. There's no changes in February. There's no changes, period. Do you still think this is a play-in team?
Yes. Because and I know you're just talking about the numbers.
I'm with you, by the way. I'm with you.
I expect Tyrese to play better. Yeah. I expect Harrison to play better. You know what I'm saying? Those two components alone, I think, but those two components alone, they don't have to be great. And here we go again doing this. But if they play decent, I think they win last night. Like San Antonio, if they play good against San Antonio, they still lose, right? With De'Aaron's 37, if Harrison plays well, like they still lose. But yesterday was a close game that two of your best guys didn't show up in.
Welcome to Sacramento, where we set the bar as low as possible. Coming up next, a bonus track from Tristan Thompson's F Sacramento album that he dropped.
Album of the year. Album of the year.
Album of the year is Richer Than I Ever Been, and it drops December 10th with our man Rick Ross and Brett Berish, the CEO of Sovereign Brands. They join us next. I feel like Luke Walton pounding on the table. Rick Ross, Brett Berish, they join us next. We're going commercial free for the entire 3 o'clock hour. They'll be with us on the live stream. If you're listening on the radio, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, head over to youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're going commercial free with Rick and Brett next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I need to call Danny real quick.
Okay.
I got to call Danny.
Either I'm bowling the last ball of this field, I want to bowl quicker, and that is something which.
Gotta close all other windows.
All right, I'm back. Guess who's back?
Back again.
Oh, I'll go ahead and get rid of this. Set that up now.
Rose.
Sorry, didn't mean to go all quiet on y'all.
Yeah, we just taking care of a couple things.
Didn't mean to go all quiet. Rick's already here, by the way. His camera was being set up during the last segment. I really wanted to, brother, you need help? Like, yeah, we good. It's fun. This is exactly what happened last time. Rick was logged in, ready to rock, and tell Kamara we'll have to get him next time, Jesse. Okay.
Oh, yeah, appreciate you. Come on.
Oh, Sacramento splash.
Sacramento
splash.
Ready
Let's
to
get
go.
that bamboo pour, baby. Let's go. You got us on mute, fam.
I do.
Yeah, I think you're on. Oh, no, you're not. I forgot. You switched over. My bad. That's me. My bad. I was like, why ain't Kenny saying nothing? Because you got to pot him up, stupid.
Well, I got that song in my head because Ramsey said Rihanna is no good. I don't even really like that song like that. More of a pour it up guy.
Yeah, let's pour this bad boy.
Oh, hold on. Let me go over there. Let me see who's popping. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's go.
What happened?
I saw that you putting the cork back in them and you poured them.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Yeah, boy. We own it, man. We own it.
Let's get it.
We all quiet, knowing we nervous as shit.
Serious time here.
Yeah, right. Any calling me. Text coming in. Actually, text going out. Yeah, boy. Let's see, I got the new.
So
I did make a banner. Where's the banner? All right, that works.
David Garcia.
Oh no. What'd Dave do?
On Twitter.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Hey. Let's get our man up in here. Rose.
What's happening?
Rose.
What's happening?
Hey, hang on 1 second, man. We're going back on the radio right now. We got a little echo over there. Yes, indeed. We're going commercial free for this entire 3 o'clock hour as we welcome in the biggest boss, Ricky Rose. Rick Ross, what's happening, baby?
You already know what it is, baby. Thank you for having me. You know what I mean? I'm happy to check in with the family.
Yes,
man,
indeed, man.
you living out there, man? What's going on with you, Rose?
Man, you already see what it is, man. Live from the promised land. I'm sipping good. I've been sipping since earlier today. I'm smoking good. You know, we gotta put one in the air for young Dolph. You know what I'm saying?
Always.
Most definitely. And other than that, man, we gotta make sure we maximizing life, man. We gotta enjoy life. We gotta spread love. We gotta live. You understand? Let's work hard. Let's really go after our desires and really make these accomplishments happen.
Yeah.
Rick, you the biggest boss, and the boss is coming in. Brett Berish, the CEO of Sovereign Brands. Brett, my man, welcome.
Cheers, guys.
Hold on, I gotta make me a drink, guys. I gotta make me a drink.
Hey, look, we ready this time.
Yeah, we ready. We was ready. We wasn't prepared last time. I got the bamboo cup and everything.
Okay, I'm ready.
Rose, Brett, this is what we call a little Sacramento splash here. I got that McQueen with a little pink lemonade, and we ready to have a good time today, baby.
Oh, okay. I like the name of that.
Yeah, a little Sacramento splash.
Mine's old school, Bel Air,
Sacramento Splash.
Yes, sir.
That's a boss and a player name of a drink.
Yes, sir.
Listen to the Sacramento Splash.
My man.
Indeed.
My man.
Cheers, fellas. Cheers. We appreciate you for being with us.
Hey, I just want to, Ross, you got to show some love to these guys. They flew all the way out from California to Summerfest at your house, Promised Land. I mean, come on. I was shocked.
No, most definitely. That's boss moves. You know what I'm saying? That's a boss move. But I think, we got to get them a round of applause for those fucking hoodies they got.
There you
go. Y'all went above and beyond, and I got to acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying?
That's love, Rick. That's love, man.
Yo, that's so there's just two real things. Rick, I think you need to turn us down a little bit because we're echoing through the radio. So you might have to hit the volume just a little bit on your computer. But I'll tell Brett, man, I'll tell both of you. We've taken this partnership with you guys super seriously, man, and we've had some really talented designers put together these logos, these black bottle logos, and man, you see that logo behind KC. This is, we're so closely identified with you, man. We're gearing up for 2022 and all of that, and we're just happy to be a part of the team.
Yeah, man.
Guys, personally, I love it. It's the beauty of our brands, at least, is take ownership of them, create off them, leverage them, take advantage of them. That's what I love most. Most brands, they don't want you to touch or screw with it or tamper with it. I love it. Your own creativity, make it your own. We love you guys. You're unbelievably supportive. That's what friendship's about. Forget brands. That's what friendship's about.
Yeah.
Facts. I want to go back to Summerfest, man, because that was one of the great experiences that I've ever had, man. And come on, man. First of all, let me talk about the Promised Land. Let me tell you guys what happened when I came to the Promised Land, right? We come through the gates. I got the video on my phone, Rose. I come through the gates. You know how long it took me to see the house? 53 seconds. I'm driving down the road. It took 53 seconds before I even saw the house. I saw the ranch. I saw the horses. I was like, oh, okay, the house must be coming up. Nope, that was only about 28 seconds into get down the road. 53 seconds. The Promised Land is insane, Rose. It's insane, man.
Man, and really, it's really about us celebrating. When we meet up at the Promised Land, whenever Brett or the team, the squad, the family come over, it's a gathering. And whenever there's a gathering, whenever in the presence of Rose, the boss, or the big boys, you got to really enjoy the moment, and that's when the drinks come out, the toast be made. You know what I mean? We got to really solidify these memories.
I'm sure for you and Damien, you get this. Maybe Ross doesn't feel it anymore, but I swear to God, when I arrive at that house, I'm just motivated for more. Yes. Like, oh my freaking God, look what this guy's done. I want this. I want to do this. Look what can happen.
Yeah.
Like it's not just the house. It's the fleet. It's the 100 fleet of cars out front. It's the lake he had de-drained to restock with fish, and his mom is saying, "What are you doing?" Like that's motivating.
Look, Brett, me and David, we went to go get something to eat at the party, and we were walking around like the promised land. It's crazy. We look, we said, "Is that a little league back there?" They had a little league back there. I said, "Oh man, he got everything in the promised land."
Man, it's just, I'm glad you guys really had, the opportunity to come out, man, and just, just for us to see all the members, just the team, everybody you get to see online, you see everybody posting, but to actually get to meet them in person, man, and to me it was real dope. I told Brett, man, that was a real dope experience. I can't wait to this year.
Yeah, and just one last note on that. What blew me away was it was the first time we've ever done anything like that. But all the brand ambassadors all around the U.S. That whether DJs, on-air personalities, promoters, hustlers coming together, driving from Jersey, driving from Minnesota, all coming together. It was just amazing feeling to have everyone there at the same time. Loved it.
And Rick, since we talked last, you're a best-selling author again for the second time.
Come on, man.
With the Boss Up book coming out, man.
Come on, man.
Your work ethic is unmatched. Like Brett was just talking about this a second ago. What still motivates you?
It's so much, as you travel the world, it's so much more to see. It's so much more to learn. I want to travel a lot more. I want to do a lot more things. You know what I mean? It's just like you guys, you got a dope, movement going here. Look at your podcast. Look at the way you guys are building your brands. Now imagine that 2 years from now. You understand? So it's just, I'm inspired just watching Brett chase his dreams and execute. I'm inspired. So it's a lot more living we got to do. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more places we got to do, man. We got to go put on one of those ugly snow outfits and go fall down the mountain somewhere, man, and create a snowball, man. We got to have us some fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's just how I look at it. And so when you actually love what you rocking with, you know what I mean? I wake up in the morning when no cameras are on. Yo, let's have a egg omelet and a glass of blue. Like, yo, this is a fucking great morning for Rose. You know what I'm saying? Now let's go to work. It helps me keep my pace up. I'm chill. Let's win.
Yeah, that's love. That's love. And Rose, just to remind you, we on the radio too. We blasting out live on the radio too, man. So we on the YouTube and the radio.
I got you. I just be excited, man. I'm excited.
That's what we love about it, man. That's what we love about
the team, man. I'm with the team, so
Yeah.
But what's dope, Brett, like Rick, you told the story in your book, like that you were repping Bel Air and Sovereign brands before like y'all were partners.
Yeah, without a doubt. And to me, that's what make this situation so organic. I was introduced to Luke Belair Sovereign Brands through DJ Clue in New York City. I had a new hit record out, and I was kind of new around New York. DJ Clue had me, booked at a party. And man, we just had an amazing night. It was just one of those moments as a young artist going to get it. And, we just drunk black bottles all night. I didn't even ask the name. I didn't even ask how to pronounce none of that until the following morning when I woke up. Yo, homie, last night was legendary, but what was that we was drinking? What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, I got you, homie. I know the homie that's dude, he real cool. You know what I'm saying? Woo, I'm going to get you a few bottles. And, yeah, I need that. You know what I'm saying? So I was already going by Rose because, growing up on South Beach, enjoying the parties, that was something that I already grew to love. But this just solidified it. And I really felt like, damn, if this was my first time seeing it, I'd love to introduce it to Miami, introduce it to all the other hustlers because I loved it. And that's what it was. And it just went from there.
And Damien, just to take it full circle for both your questions on Ross, he's not the guy who when he wants something, he goes after it. He doesn't wait for people. He doesn't wait for anything. He just goes after it. He's tenacious. He's fearless. He wants it. He has an idea. I want to go do this. This is what I want. I'm married to my wife today because I freaking went after her. Like, if you want something, you go after it. Go get it. That's what Ross brings to the table, man. You got to find people like that. It's awesome. And even you guys, again, using this as an example, we met because of the brand. You guys were supporting the brand. We were introduced through Ben, my guy in NorCal. Guess what? Now we got a relationship. Now we're talking. Now this is the second time on the show. That's what relationships are about, and that's what we're trying to do.
And the great thing about Brett, another story from being at the Promised Land. First of all, it was like, I don't know, close to 170 degrees out there, and Brett had the tracksuit that was fresh. The blue tracksuit was crazy, and he didn't take the jacket off not one time. So Brett is the man for that. But then we go, we're like, okay, here's Brett. Let's introduce ourselves, and this is a mogul out here. This is a guy that is out here making $1 million moves. He's doing major billion dollar moves. Right. I'm throwing him short, Rose. $1 billion moves. Right. And it's like, maybe we gotta say, hey, remember when you came on Dealer on KC? No, we get within 6 feet. Brett's talking to somebody. He's like, hey, hold on 1 second. KC, Damian, what's going on? Blew my mind. I'm like, yo, Brett. But that's the type of leader he is. Right. Where every single thing, every single interaction matters. And that just stood out in a major way, Brett, when you had that foresight.
It's, again, when you do what you love, it's authentic. When you like people, it's authentic. You can't fake this shit. So you guys flew all the way out there in support, and God, I want to show support right back, which is just awesome. And yes, it was like 100 degrees out, and I'm wearing a full freaking flannel Adidas. But I look good though, right?
You was fly. Why? You was fly for the gram. You did it for the gram. You did it for the gram.
I freaking owned it. I said to myself, you know what? Everyone's like, aren't you hot? I'm like, no, I'm not gonna give in on this. I'm not hot.
That day, it didn't matter what I could have went out there butt naked and I was gonna sweat. So I might as well look good in my clothes. Like, it was crazy hot that day.
Richer Than I Ever Been comes out December 10th.
Right.
We'll talk about that album here in a minute, but you talked about almost giving up. Like you wrote in your book about almost giving up after, like I think you were performing at a club, Peanut was driving, car flip, and then a trip that paid you $250 wound up costing you thousands and thousands of dollars.
Right.
What kept you, because that was before Hustling hit. What kept you moving?
That was years before Hustling hit, yeah.
What kept you moving after that?
Sometimes it's really hard to explain. When sometimes the words...
Were you really close to giving up?
Of course. You just don't really... It's like after you've written songs for other people to be successful, but, coming from yourself, I'm thinking about becoming a boss, building an empire, getting to the money. Let's live a certain standard. Let's set a new, let's go. But what was working where I'm from in Miami was go, twerk, 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 yeah. Which I loved. When I went to the beach, I love it. I love it. But that wasn't for me. You know what I mean? And it just wasn't right. And I didn't know where to look. I didn't know where to go. I didn't have a Dr. Dre to go to. I was just in my room, going out every day, going out every night, introducing myself to producers. And I meet producers, hear something that's cool, and I'll write a record for another artist that would work for, and it would work for them, but not for me. So after you go through that so long, it's like, yo, I remember just sitting there, but it's just, I wouldn't allow myself to give up. Did I want to give up? Of course. After you've done something for 10 years for free, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Even if every blue moon, you know, of course you got a couple dollars or whatever, but, overall, it felt like you put in over a decade of work for free.
Yeah.
I just didn't allow myself to quit. And then I recorded Every Day I'm Hustling, which overnight changed the game for me.
Yeah. And Rose, you bringing that up, it reminds me of an interview that the late great Nipsey Hussle did that just always sticks with me. And he talks about kind of like what you just did, where he's like, man, coming up, I went through every emotion. You know, I wanted to quit. I was done with this, and I went through every emotion. But there was something that brought you back to say, nah, this is my dream. This is what I'm willing to die for. And I hear you say that, and it's important to hear people like Nip and like Rose say that, because anybody that's trying to build something from the ground up, that's trying to create, they just see the finished product. They don't know that Rose was like, man, I'm done with this. You know what I mean? And it's important to understand that those feelings are real, and you're not alone if you feel like, hey, I want to be done with this. But there's something that, and Brett, I know you probably feel the same way, something that like, I just got to keep going. And it's important to hear stories from, you know, whether it's a self-made story or what Rose's talking about, and hear that for people that are trying to achieve their dreams.
Oh, it's without a doubt, most definitely the truth, because you can't hide your emotions, you know, and when you're really chasing something that you're passionate about, and this is real life. Entertainment is one thing, and real life is something totally different. And when you're talking about real life, and damn, this is, you know, there is no plan B. You know what I mean? I didn't have a plan B. Like, what else we gonna do? It ain't no what else we'll do. Because if we had something else to do, I'm sure we may have started 5 years ago after I was 10 years in. But we didn't have nothing else to do other than what we love to do. And, you know, it was just the amount of work we just continued to put in. And to a point where once, you know, I had that first record that broke, I never looked back. And it's 15 years later. I'm going on my 11th album. And, you know, we headlining tours, and, you know, the young artists still reaching out for features and collaborations, you know, almost like I was my first year in. And I just sit back and I'm just like, damn, I'm just going to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because there's no way for me to explain it.
Rick Ross and Brett Berish. Rick, can we talk about this right here? Can we talk about this Luke Belair Blue?
Of course we can.
That swept the nation this summer, and the marketing that went into this, and the limited availability. Can you tell us something about this Blue?
Of course.
Well, if you notice on the bottle what it says right underneath Bel Air?
Edition Limited.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a limited edition. This was supposed to be something, we're going to try something. You know, in any industry, new brands, new people, new music is the lifeblood. It creates a whole new aura. It creates a whole new next generation. And brands are the same thing. And sometimes you get, lightning in a bottle. This was it. This is the hottest shit out there. I don't think there's one single wine or spirit that's hotter than Bel Air Blue. It's the taste is amazing, the package is amazing, the color is just ridiculous. It's the most. If it was a model, it'd be a supermodel. It doesn't take a bad picture.
And not to cut Brett off, but I remember when Brett was at the house with me one day, and you know, he pulled me to the side. He didn't really have no big speakers or nothing. He just, yo, check this out. Showed me something on the computer, and I looked at it like this.
His eyes got big. He's like, no.
I'm like, what is this? He's like, this is the next move. And I'm like, yo. And I just looked at it, and I stared at it. And then when he finally got me a bottle to taste, I was like, wow, this shit is going to be phenomenal. He always come up with his ideas and shit. And, you know, once again, man.
I guess I got to remind everybody, radio
Oh yeah, radio baby.
It's the radio show. Brett, we're on the radio.
You gotta Bel Air Blue. You gotta remember, and this is what it gets back to. If you gotta trust your instincts and try things. You gotta trust your instincts and try things. Bel Air Blue.
Yeah.
That's what it was. We wanted to try something completely different. It's in the bottle, it's in the taste, it's in the look, and our fans love it, and it's awesome. It's awesome. The trade loves it. Everybody loves it. It's
This
great.
was the hottest thing out here all summer.
It really still is. It still is. It's
Yeah.
it still is. Put it this way: you probably have more bottles than me right now.
Look, you guys have me feeling like the man because I have some, and people were coming to the print like, "Yo, where you can't get this nowhere." I had people that was owners of liquor stores who were like, "You can't get how you get this." I was like, "Don't worry about it, man. Rose, Brett, Berish, those are my guys. Don't worry about it. I got this." You know what I mean?
No,
It's a great
it
brand.
went crazy.
We're proud, and it's doing awesome. And it's just amazing. It's amazing. The whole lineup: Bamboo, Bel Air, McQueen. The whole Beyond. The whole lineup is it's a family. It's a family. It's our kids.
Another popular one out here is the Bamboo Cream.
Yeah.
Oh,
you gotta have that.
Yeah.
Ross, how do you drink that? Ross, how do you drink Bamboo Cream?
It's really, I'm gonna be honest, it's really different vibes. But we coming into the holidays, Brett, so it's time to go into the eggnog season. It's time to go into the eggnog season.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give you the rosé splash. I use that splash.
I feel you.
Warm it up like it's hot chocolate. Trust me.
That's the move.
Okay.
All right. I'm on now tonight. I'm not wasting no time.
Trust me.
Why is the time right to finally drop Richer Than I Ever Been?
Because it's just, I really feel like, it's something about this time of the year for me. I feel like that big boy rap back. It's time for that. I love all the vibes. I love to see what's going on. I love the Dirks. I love the little babies, the baby. I love all the energy. But we also got to make sure the OGs stay in touch with the streets, and that's what this is.
Yeah.
And when I say richer than I ever been, I'm talking sonically, musically, lyrically. It's just going to be one of them feelings. And I made sure the time wasn't right until it was perfect. And here we are. It's ready.
Hey, Rick, you talking about, the OGs connecting with the younger generation and things of that nature. It brought me back to, I was watching an interview with you, and it was kind of like just a little passing comment that you made about, you guys were talking about Biggie for a quick second, and you're like, Biggie is the inspiration. It got me thinking in that moment. I was like, yo, if Big was here, I think him and Rose would be tight. Like, I think they would be like thick as thieves. And I know you did, Puff is your man. Has Puff ever mentioned that to you? Like, yo, Big was here, he'd love you, Rose.
We had a lot of different conversations. I can't just say per se that's what he said. But he told me, he believed most definitely he would have, appreciated my music, my style of dress.
Yeah.
That type of vibe, you know what I mean? When we out partying, and Puff look over there, see me kicking it with a chick or whatever, it'd just be one of them things, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But most definitely, Big was most definitely easily my biggest person that I idolize musically,
Yeah.
Rick, we know what's next for Brett, or excuse me, Brett, we know what's next for Rick with December 10th and Richer Than I Ever Been, but what's next for the brands?
Oh, keep grinding. We're not going to stop. We'll keep growing. More countries. It's amazing. Bel Air's in almost 90 countries. Bamboo's in 70. McQueen is in 30. Walton, we can't keep it in stock for the U.S. I got 2 new brands coming next year in 2 new categories. So my team is carrying it for the first time. If they're listening, 2 new categories, premium brands, kick-ass, cool. We're going to do, Rick, we got to do it. We're going to do something musically betwing Africa and the U.S., right, Rick?
I'm ready.
We're doing lots of stuff in Africa right now. I'm interviewing all sorts of influencers and artists, and and I love the idea of cross marketing artists together to work on music together. So I'm trying to get Rick and his team, and that's going to happen.
Wow.
Just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, it's today's gone. Tomorrow you got to start all over again. Let's go.
Yeah. And I want to give, sorry, Damien, just real quick, I want to give both of you guys a salute, man, for something that I think Ross put on and Matt participated in as well, that I just thought was super dope, man. The Boss Up Conference that you did a couple months ago at the Promised Land, just getting, entrepreneurs and getting ideas together and networking and really giving the game, Rose, the way that you learned it. And so many times I feel like people, they get the game and they keep it to themselves, and for you not only to give it, but have a meeting of the minds, have somebody like Brett who's there that can give his testimony. I just thought that was dope, man. I just want to salute both of you guys for that.
It really was, man. And to meet Brett taking the time out to come and meet these young entrepreneurs, that meant even more to me. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times it makes a huge difference when you could hear these words coming from somebody that's executed the plan. Because when you're just like I was at one point before I ever made a hit record, I was considering giving up, quitting, or whatever it was, and I was so close. And you never know how close you are to really rewriting history. You could be right around the corner, and sometimes it just takes those certain words from that certain person. And man, the Boss Up Conference was special.
And if I could add, forget me speaking. I got so motivated by listening to all the other speakers in the audience who were participating. Guys, hustlers, guys who had their own stories to tell. Rick, I don't know if you remember Trap Wall Street.
Right.
Oh my God, his story and what he's doing, and it's so uplifting. And seeing these guys just they work, and they're there to meet and to network. And Ross took his time meeting everybody individually afterwards and telling and listening to them and seeing what opportunities are out there. It was beyond everything I could possibly imagine. So forget me speaking. I loved it.
Yeah. Rick, we know you're hurting today with Young Dolph and what happened yesterday. You could have easily have put this off, rescheduled it, just scratched it all together, but you chose to be with us, man, and we really appreciate that. We really appreciate both of you. Thank you for all that you've done. I've told the people who listen to this show many times, I'll tell you too, a lot changed for me and KC the day after our last interview. A whole lot changed. And that's because of you two, man. So we're forever indebted, and we appreciate this partnership we have. And thank you both so much for making time for us today.
Man, I just want to let you guys know this is only the beginning. Let's continue to build. Let's continue to spread. And the boss here whenever you need me. And I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of Brett, Sovereign as well. We family, man.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fellas, real quick. Rose, I got a quick request, man. It's my son's 9th birthday. One of his favorite songs is "Money in the Grave," man. He just want to know if he can get a shout out for his birthday, man.
Oh, man, you already know what it is. Happy birthday, happy 9th. That's from the biggest boss. You feel me? You already know what it is, man. It's much love. It's much love.
That's love, man. Appreciate you.
Dope.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I think Rick froze up, but we're gonna let y'all ride, man. Brett, Rick, we appreciate you guys so much. December 10th, richer than I ever been. We can't wait, Rick. We can't wait, man. We ready for that heat.
D-Lo, KC, huge fans, guys. Keep listening.
Thank you, guys.
D-Lo, KC for life, for life.
Yes, sir. Man, that's great stuff. Rick Ross and Brett Berish right there. Keep us on our toes, man. Keep us on our toes. Jesse, how you feeling in there, buddy? My man. Attaboy.
There we go, man. Hey, man, those guys are so inspirational to me, man. They really are, man. And we talked about Brett seeing us at the Summerfest, and it was genuine. It was no act. There was nothing fabricated with that story. He literally saw us before we saw him he stopped what he was doing to say, hey, man, thank you for coming out here all the way from California, man. And we appreciate everything you're doing, man. It's real, man. It's real.
Can we go? Let's go inside baseball a little bit because we ain't going nowhere. Can you make the switch real quick and we'll get back to business as usual? And I can't tell you. I hope y'all enjoyed that, man. Thanks for dealing with we I assure you, we know there were some difficulties in there. But we appreciate y'all for hanging with that, man. And Rick is a flat out like motivational speaker, man. That Boss Up book is something everybody should check out. Y'all know I'm an audiobook person, man. I've legit listened to it. It's a quick read. I mean, it's 3.5 hours. And you know, like if y'all want to know how differently wired this crew is, Brett legit just emailed me.
Wow.
Like Brett just hung up, man. He wrote big thank you, loved it. Anything we could do, just ask. That's the CEO of the company.
It's crazy right there.
You know what I
right?
mean? Like that's the CEO right there. And you know, those dudes are just wired different. And that's why, you know, we talk about this all the time, man. If you're just good to people, that's what Brett is like. Brett's good to these people. And shout out, I don't know if Black Bottles 916 is in here. I don't know if Ben is still in here, but Ben, man, he was the one who kind of connected this and made all this work. And when you work with companies like this, you're normally just a number on a line sheet. You know, we're trying to do something in Sacramento, but all of a sudden we did something in Sacramento and it, you know, y'all responded. Like, it's cool that we got these bottles behind us, but y'all went and bought them. Y'all made this blue bottle a thing. It's why this hoodie became a thing. It's why that logo behind KC became a thing.
Yeah.
And it became, you know, a partnership with these guys. And that's why they've been so willing to come on. And I felt like when Rick signed on and started talking about Young Dolph, my heart hurt, man, because I saw his IG story this morning and I knew like my man's hurting. And then I kind of followed him throughout the day and realized he was doing a number of things for the brand. And it's like, all right, he's going to be with us. But I had in the back of my mind, man, I know he's going to be hurting a little bit. And I think you heard that in his voice a couple of times. But that dude is as motivational as they come. When you read his story and you read about how he went to work and, you know, buying the promised land for $5.8 million. I don't that, and I know that's what, because he talked about it. That was publicly released because he bought it in essentially like an auction.
Yeah.
I can tell you this. I'm comfortable in saying that house is paid for itself about 20 times over.
Man, come on now.
Coming to America, Superfly, all of them joints they show at that, all of them movies they film at that house. Man, that dude is a business man.
Yes, indeed. He talks about how that's like a you know, he gets requests every day for different, like it's a destination. Like I guess they talk about the Versace mansion in Miami. That's how the promised land is. Hey, I want to have a party there. I want to have my wedding there and things of that nature. Like, and it's that, like, that's one of the, to me, that's one of the crown jewels in hip hop right now, the promised land and what he's created with that. And yeah, he's done his thing with that, man. That was, and shout out to Damien who sent the picture over. But one of my favorite pictures I've ever taken with my lovely bride to be is right there in front of that promised land, and you know, at the front of his house, man. And it's just to have that moment was awesome.
In the same vein, one of the favorite pictures I've ever taken was with Kenny in front of the promised land.
Fire too. That was fire too.
See, you got the picture of you and Jazz hanging up at the house. I got the picture of me and you at the house. What do you want me to say? But yeah, I'm such a big fan of both of those guys, and just judging by the, you know, the response here, man. Hopefully you guys are too, man. We just I just think the world of those two, and it really is wild to me that Brett has, you know, signs off and emails me right away. If y'all need anything, man, say the word.
Man, so cool. So cool.
Luke Walton wasn't fired during that whole thing, by the way, which was that was Jesse's running joke all week, was like, you know, Luke's gonna get fired in the middle of the Rick Ross interview, right? And we're gonna have to figure out how to handle that. And so our thing was just stay on the air. Like, forget it. Like, it's fine. I'll stay on the air extra couple hours. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever. Let's just get through the interview. And we made it. Luke did not get fired.
Yeah. Yeah,
we made it to the yo.
Do we get air horns for Luke not getting fired?
Hey.
Dr. David says, or Marvin wasn't traded either. So yes.
Nothing catastrophic in Kings Nation happened in that 25 minutes. So we're good.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That was a good little diversion though from what was going on here in Sacramento.
It was, but yo, you know we're gonna clip the part where Rick pops for the hoodies though, right?
Woo, boy.
So if you're
some of y'all might not have heard that, by the way. If you're on the radio, you might not have heard that.
Was that during the commercial?
Because he said, "Hey, I got a salute for those effing hoodies."
That's right. That's right. It was he hit that. It was like, oh. So if y'all could do your boys a quick favor, go to DLoandKC.com. Yo, we got a great line of merchandise right there. Dave Garcia and the Dope Ones really created some great stuff. It's available for you. Thank goodness. Jesse caught all of the extracurricular. Jesse caught all of the Tristan Thompson language. That way, but what we're going to do is we're going to take all this money and we're just going to stack it aside in case the FCC come calling. So that's DLoandKC.com. First time ever you can grab a blue bottle hoodies from the Blue Bottle Collection.
Blue Bottle Collection. They got the joggers. You know, I've been on the joggers all day. I was like, those is kind of fire. The joggers go crazy.
30% off everything, and we'll just stash that money away in case we'll stash that money away for the next Rick and Brett interview. In case Jesse's not as sharp that day. Jesse, like Jimmy Butler, man, in that playoff game in the bubble, he hunched over. He's like, I know it's terrifying, and it's like, all right, I'm glad because I did it last time.
Yeah,
so I'm glad
that's why I said I had to do it. I was like, Damian did it last time. I gotta tell him this time, and it didn't work.
And the great part is Brett just ignores it and keeps going. Like it's the CEO that keeps doing it. All right. We'll clip the video.
Yeah, you'll see
his
the
reaction.
Unedited.
Yeah, we'll
video
get it out there. We'll post these videos. Of course, it'll be on YouTube. It'll be on Instagram and all of that good stuff.
And you know what I wanted to ask him, and I'm hoping it's the case. New album. Yeah. You know, we're kind of lifted with the restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Rose on tour. Sacramento got to be a stop, man.
I can tell you, it's been mentioned to our man Black Bottles 916.
Oh.
As a part of 2022, like I don't feel like we were able to do the D'Lo and KC 1 year anniversary party right. My feeling is in August, D'Lo and KC got a second anniversary party. Let's make up for the first one. See if we can get Rick and Brett out here to party with us.
Well, just gonna tell you right now, it goes down. You think I was Hunter Hearst Helmsley before? You thought you couldn't tell me nothing before? Get Brett and Rose at the second anniversary party for D'Lo and KC. You can't tell me nothing.
The bad part is like we need to we need Jesse around. We have to take Jesse around because Jesse's the voice of reason. When we were at the Promised Land, Kenny does this stuff, man, because Kenny got his ear to the street. Like Kenny talks about this all the time. He got his ear to the street, right? So he hears and sees everything. But what he does is then he makes the mistake of telling me. Right? Like he tells me, and so I start thinking of all sorts of smart ass remarks to make. And so we're at the Promised Land, and there was about, I mean, and I can't tell you, we're probably at least a bottle of blue, maybe a bottle and a half.
They had their own Sacramento splash going on there. I remember that vividly. I had a lot of those.
I think they had a drink called the Promised Land because you take one and boy, you at the Promised Land. I constructed about 4 tweets that never saw the light of day, all because of stuff Kenny told me, and some of them were pretty funny. But
it might still be in the drafts.
But they probably are. Let Rick and Brett come out here for the anniversary party in August. Boy. And I kind of mentioned this with Brett and Rick there, but I did get a note that we ain't going nowhere. Like the Sovereign Brands, Luke Belair, we're gonna be around for 2022. Gonna be around for a long time.
Family, baby,
yes,
family. Sir. And like you mentioned, Damian, just to think, I don't want to say it was a throwaway because it was real money or whatever, but it was like, let's do this for the March Madness. See how it goes down.
Yeah.
we probably won't be here after March Madness. And look where we are now.
Yeah, man. We're here.
I'm so mad I didn't get a chance to do Drake bars, though.
You such a liar, dude. You were not going to do Drake bars with Rick on the stop it. You were not going to do that. He popped for Sacramento Splash, though.
Oh, yeah, man. The Sacramento Splash.
He popped for Sacramento Splash.
Hopefully, we get these after Kings wins more often, man, starting tomorrow.
By the way,
it's a Sacramento Splash weekend.
These glasses that we're drinking out of, for those that are watching.
McQueen joint.
Yeah, you could buy these in stores today. These Bumble gift sets, these Luke Belair gift sets, all of that stuff. They make great. And I'm telling you, these glasses are nice. They make great holiday gifts. So Black Bottles 916, I'm going to need about 4 more of them. Some presents to be given out here over the course of the next month.
My
mom unwrapping it. Oh, you shouldn't have, baby. I got you, Mom.
I got you, man. Money's no object with you, Mom. You know what it is.
Yeah, you know what it is.
And we were ready this time because they certainly were ready to toast.
I can tell you from some things that we've been told behind the scenes, Brett was definitely ready. They've had meetings all day, man, and they meet with their team, and that's a good group. That's a good group. I can't recommend Boss Up enough. That book, just as a look into business, man. When you hear just a look at like what he did during quarantine, what he realized, like, yo, my live money is gone. I can't go to the D'Lo and KC anniversary. We locked down. D'Lo and KC ain't having an anniversary party. We can't do anything. Yeah. And he starts realizing different ways to kind of expand the brand a little bit, and everything he was doing with Brett and him trying to figure out, as we all learned today, Rick trying to figure out Zoom and all of those different things. And of course, Danny in San Francisco and Jesse aren't helping. They're like, yo, can you mute? Like, no, like I can't. Like I can't do anything. So just write it out and stop texting me. I know it's there. I promise you, I know what's happening. I'm doing my best. Hey, Rick Ross, biggest hip hop star on the planet. Like,
we already told him to stop cursing. You want him to stop something else? Come on.
And the look he gave his computer, immediately I knew, this ain't gonna get fixed.
He said, Alex. Whatever.
We ain't gonna be able to get. We ain't gonna get Brett to put on. We ain't gonna be able to get Rick to put on some headphones. Rick's sitting around in some tethered earbuds trying to talk with us. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Especially after the day they had. It's like, look, man.
Real.
It's about what 6:45 over there. They're winding down. They're like, man, take this echo or leave it.
And if you were listening, by the way, if you were listening on the radio, just go to the stream one time. Go to YouTube and see the room Rick was in. People, man. I saw a couple. It sounds like he's in a cathedral. Yeah,
he is.
It does. It pretty much does. That's
because he is.
It's what it is, right there.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a solid
100% facts.
That's a solid point from radio exclusive Jesse right there.
Yeah, man, that was fun, man.
No doubt, man. We hope you guys enjoyed that. If you missed it, you can use the rewind feature, podcast feature. You could check us out on YouTube. I strongly advise going to see it, man. It's cool to see those guys lined up with the bottle. You could see it's unedited on YouTube and Twitch as well.
And once again, man, can't let the opportunity go by without giving a shout out to Black Bottles 916. Ben, you know what I mean? I mean, he's the orchestrator of all this, man. He introduced all of us, man, and he continues to kill it, man, and show love, man. So shout out to Brett. Brett, made sure I had Ben made sure I had the Black Bottle Boys sign, even though my camera, it was an issue with my camera. It's not Ben's fault or Jazz's fault. I need a better camera. And that would
no, it's just tough. Like I did that one day. Actually, when we launched D'Lo and KC, I tried to do a light behind me on TV that had the ESPN 1320 graphic. And it didn't work. Like Damn. when we went to TV with Marshall and Sarah, it was just like a blur. It was like a big bright blur. It was like, oh, okay, this
it's a fuchsia line across this curtain. That's all it is. This one, big ups, man, to the whole family. This is one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of, man. Being a part of this this family, man.
Yeah. And again, most importantly, nobody got fired. So now we can recenter our attention to I love it. It's 49er Friday tomorrow. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
You know, there is a San Francisco splash. It's with a darker red. It's with cranberry juice, but it's still McQueen. There is a San Francisco splash. I don't pull that out until they go over 500. I've got high expectations for them. They've got a flip side, and San Francisco splash has to be when they're above 500.
Okay. Question from Damien in Roseville. Do 20 and 40, 60 games into the year, God forbid. Are we still doing Drake bars after the 20th win? How many games under 500 before you're like, yeah, we're not doing Drake bars for wins? Do they have to be in play-in contention?
That's a great question, because I thought about that. I think after one of them games, it's like, what am I doing? Drake bars? No, they just lost to OKC or something like that.
Right.
But I gotta stay committed to one of these. I already ripped off flip side for the Niners not being above 500.
Yep.
So Drake bars has to stay. Sacramento Splash has to stay. If they are 20 and 40, I don't think there'll be Drake bars. There's always going to be a Sacramento Splash though. But
real talk though, I think you've been doing it wrong. The Sacramento Splash should come before the game. That makes watching the game easier. I did that. I didn't do that. I definitely didn't do that last night. I think it was Friday night. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and see what's just in case. I'm gonna pour one here and kind of see what happens.
No, I think Drake bar stays. Drake bar is fun.
It is fun.
Flip side, when the Niners win and they're like 2-5, there's nothing fun or funny about that.
Drake,
so that's why that had to get canceled until they go 500.
Drake bars would be more fun if if it gets bad, they could just turn into Sacramento Kings diss records. They could just
back those Drake bars. The Kings get back-to-back bars.
Yeah, they just turn into those. Ain't nothing to see. Ain't nothing to see.
Some of the representation already thinks I hate them, so I don't want them thinking even more of that.
We just want them to do better. And now you come back, man, and I know Tristan Thompson, his new hit record. Tristan was talking about, okay, we're coming home now. It's like, yeah. You're coming home, but you've got a tough stretch. You've got a Toronto team who's going to compete every night, no matter what their record is. They're going to compete every single night, and then that's the first night of a back-to-back, because you got the Utah Jazz for the third time on Saturday. You come back, you got the Philadelphia 76ers on Monday. You got Portland on Wednesday. You got the Lakers in Los Angeles. Like there's no give in this schedule at all,
man. Nah, and it's. They're gonna have to pull themselves up by the bootstraps.
Oh my!
I don't know where that came from. I don't know what that means.
Literally worked for no one, but okay, it's a figment of people's imagination. But
pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Okay,
yeah, that'll do it.
But they're gonna have to suck it up and get it done. You know what I mean? And one of the things Tristan said, poor Tristan, because he means well here. He said, we're going to come home. Crowd's going to have to be loud. I don't know if that's happening.
Well, I think the crowd will be loud. My concern.
People are seriously close to not caring about this team.
I don't think so. I'm like to not going. I don't think we're there yet.
Like they're going to go, but it's not going to, I don't know if there's going to be a vibe in there.
Okay. I'm going to disagree.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree. But I think it's going to be along the same lines of the vibe that's been there all year, which has been okay. I haven't been to, I'm not going to every single home game. I'm watching on TV. Like I'm trying to pull the vibe from the television. There is no Arco Thunder. There is no vibe. There is no California Classic against the Los Angeles Lakers at 2 p.m. That vibe isn't there right now. And it's not there for a variety of reasons, but it's not just because of the way the team is playing. It's not there for a variety of reasons. But I hear you. I do have a concern if you're already, I think the Kings are pretty close to last in attendance.
Mm.
If you're starting to get to a point where fans, I don't think we're there yet.
Mm.
But if you are starting to get to the point where fans are like, nah, I ain't doing this. I ain't doing this again. I'm good. Fix it, and I'll come back. Then you already have a situation that's sketchy at best, getting worse.
Yeah. Or look, people might just be Randy Quaid, where they'll go to the games. They're gonna stink. I just like going to the games.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna get all hyped up on this 8-0 run here.
Yeah.
Whatever. We're not getting loud. It may be that. Now, if I was in attendance, I'd be loud. Matter of fact, if they put me courtside, who they playing? Toronto? I might talk to Fred VanVleet. If they played Utah, though, I'd be on Joe Ingles' head. They put me courtside, Joe Ingles, I'd be on his head.
Yeah.
That's what the Kings need. They need me courtside. Better than what they've been doing. That ain't worked.
It's true. It's true. Make some changes. They need to make a change for once in their life.
Enough is enough.
Be real
It's
good.
time for a change.
Okay, that's right, Owen Hart. Shohei Ohtani wins the AL MVP.
Hey, let me give him some air horns.
Yeah.
And I can't confirm this. I thought I saw Bryce Harper win the NL.
Oh, he did. Yeah, Bryce Harper did win the NL
like
MVP.
Bryce
My
Harper.
bad. Apologies. That dropped during the interview and I missed it. Yeah, Bryce Harper and Shohei Ohtani win the their league's respective MVPs.
Mm.
How long ago did the season end?
Well, what season? Because the actual season, Mitch, ended, what, about 2-3 weeks ago?
Oh,
The
gosh,
regular
was that
season
it?
ended a long time ago.
Shohei Ohtani was unanimous. That's fair. That's proper.
Vlad
That's
took the
proper.
vote from him in my power rankings, but I have no problem with Ohtani.
Oh, that's right. That's hilarious. I have a note right here, and it's the only note on my pad that's not scribbled out. I mean, it's the only one we didn't get to, and it's labeled Belt Giannis.
What?
I'm asking a question. Does Giannis still have the belt?
Absolutely.
Jesse, does Giannis still have the belt?
Wait, what you mean? No.
Okay. I'm
well,
gonna let Jesse do it
tomorrow? Are we going tomorrow? We got time right now. All right. Well, look, what are you, Jesse? The JTF champion in NBA.
And no
KCC.
champion of the world.
I forgot KCC was there.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Same.
Wow.
I'm going to Steph. Steph is the new D-Lo champion of the world. Yeah, I'm going to Steph too. That's what I wrote that note down for. Is I wanted to give Steph the belt.
Wow.
I'm going to Steph.
I
Steph
think
is the guy
I
again.
heard right. Didn't Giannis have 47 last night?
Sure.
Okay.
I made this note 2 days ago for whatever it's worth. I just forgot to get to it. But I got Steph as the guy with the belt.
Wow. I don't have any issue with that, man. I don't, because Steph is nasty.
I know no one is concerned, but the Bucks got to kick out too.
They do.
They got to start hulking up. Well, they don't. It's game 15, but
well, look,
they had their aspirations are they're not. Come on, guys, let's get to the play-in. That's not what the Bucks are talking about right now.
Isn't Chris Middleton still not back though? Or did
Chris
he play
Middleton
last
is
night?
coming back. Like I think they have his return date set. I feel like I saw it yesterday.
That's a big issue.
Ask me if I remember the return date.
What's the return date? Do you
I don't
remember? They can start. Look, here I am, back to being a Kings fan. I'm never leaving. I'm gonna stick beside them. All right. The Bucks can start tomorrow with a win over OKC. Get it going tomorrow. Beat up OKC. Handle business. Help us out.
Yeah. All right. Well, that OKC, man, that's a tough group. We appreciate you for being with us. again, thank you for hanging through the difficulties of the Rick Ross, Brett Berish interview. Jesse, you the real MVP today, my man.
Real MVP.
Jesse, you got the belt. Black Bottles 916, Ben, you got the belt. And you, as always, for listening. Y'all got the belts, man. We'll see you tomorrow here at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh, man. It's all right. It's all good. He fired a couple.
I think I remember what you're talking about. I think he did.
I think he did too. I think he did too. Yeah, I think he did.
Somebody said SEC ain't listening to us.
Ain't nobody worried about us. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well,
CJ, hey man, that's a long story. I don't know, to be honest. I was supposed to be married a year and a half ago, but COVID.
Fig and Vine.
So when that comes up, that's where I'm going 100%.
Make sure y'all head to D-Lo and KC, Roger, Keith, Matt, Daniel. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Mikey, everybody, all those people we just named, man, place their orders. Thank you so much, man. I'm still D-Lo, KC, big giant thank you. Loved it. Anything we could do, ask. Come on, man. Come on, man.
That's crazy. Like, to me,
I think he posted.
See a guy, you see him. If I were to see Brett on the street today, he'd be like, "Yo, what's up, man?" Like he'd be excited to see it. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's dope. That's awesome.
Reese has been on his, like, he hasn't told me. He didn't ask me, but he's been like telling his friends for like 2 weeks. Oh, Rick Ross going to be on my dad's show on my birthday. Da, 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 da. And I was like, I got to try and get Rose to tell him happy birthday. And Jazz was like, he's been secretly hoping that you would bring him in to say happy birthday. So
that's cool, man. Yeah. And Brett did. Yeah, we have people from everywhere listening to us. We have people we got people from all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's cool, man. I forget, as much as gross as social media is, the power of social media is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Oh man, appreciate you guys so much, man. Thanks for hanging out with that, Ben. Thank you for everything. Who else is in here? CJ, thank you for all the love. Hella great. Hey, this is a L. This is a large.
Yeah, I think I got a medium.
This is a large.
I like my things a little snugger.
Oh man.
Freeport Bakery, shout out. I know all about Freeport Bakery. I don't think I've ever gotten like a cake from there or something like that, but I got love for it. Anything on Freeport, I got love for
it. We do. Yeah, the Dope Ones made us some hats. We don't have hats with this logo on them, but we have, like, there are D-Lo and KC hats over on DLoandKC.com. Yeah, we'll keep the discount code up for a while. It'll stay up. The 30% is gonna stay up. It's the holidays, man.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Yeah, we'll and Cole, I know, and Dave 209. I know you're waiting for the culture drop. That'll be next week. We wanted to do the blue this week. It was originally going to be this week, then the blue next week. But when the Rick thing worked out, it was like, let's launch the blue today, and then we'll drop for.
Is that gonna be Black Friday joint?
We'll drop it before Black Friday because we're not on the air.
True.
But we'll keep the discount up. So maybe we'll drop the sitcom series with Martin and For the Culture on Tuesday, and then we'll let the discount ride through. We'll let it ride through like Black Friday and into Cyber Monday.
Black Friday until 9 a.m. because that's when Black Friday should stop. That's how I was.
I mean, I could do a 3-hour 40% off. We could do a Black Friday.
I'll tell you, I'm gonna be out there in the streets on Friday. Friday morning,
dude.
I'm gonna be out there. Just people not even buying nothing. Just people watching. Although that might be.
I mean, I'm gonna be looking. I'm gonna be looking to see what's out there.
They don't have no shoes out. I don't think I'm getting nothing.
Yeah, you know them. Appreciate you, Black Bottles. I see you. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Yeah, start loading up for the 11th. I'm gonna need it. I need it.
We gonna tear Roseville down. Let's go.
Black Bottle Friday. I like it. That's a good look right there. I like it. I love this. Patrick did this last week. Yo, get your picks in. Good call, Patrick. I fucking forgot. I forgot.
This is the same thing that happens in any football league I ever enter.
Frustrating, man. So frustrating.
And don't ask me when was the last time I made the college picks because I got a pick 'em league in the college.
Oh wow.
Gotta be going on 4 weeks. Damn. All right, guys. Well,
yeah, go celebrate Reese's birthday
party to
yes, sir.
Get ready for.
DLoandKC.com, 30% off, no discount code needed. Again, thank you guys for always making this show special. Man, we'll see y'all tomorrow at noon.
Holla. Appreciate y'all.